Okay, so hello everyone. Did you know that when Amazon developed an AI to screen job applicants, it taught itself to reject women? And diving deeper in this case, actually there were no variables as man or woman. The system just rejected everyone who ate bad as a woman based in education or other variables. This isn't just a bug, it's a reflection of how gender bias is baked into the systems we call neutral. So, hi everyone, thank you for being here. I'm Juli Somogyi-Rosenfeld. I'm a sociologist and political scientist, currently pursuing my MBA in artificial intelligence. And my colleague is Kristóf Huzián.
Hello, I am Kristóf Huzián. In my normal life, I'm a cloud engineer at a tech company, and aside from that, in my academic life, I am trying to be an institutional economist, researching the source of inequalities.
Yep, sorry. So our presentation titled The Digital Cage, AIification and Gender Restructuring of Work. And this research was a collaboration between us. And the next few minutes, we will walk through the motivation behind the studies, our key findings, and the conceptual framework we used. So we started this research because we noticed a worrying trend. While earlier waves of automation affected mostly male-dominated industries, AI-based automation, or AIification, is now disproportionately targeting jobs held by women. This shift is not neutral. It risks reversing a slow progress made toward gender equality in the labor market. We also saw that public discourse around AI trends to emphasize efficiency and innovation without addressing the underlying structural inequalities. That's why we wanted to look deeper.
Our conceptual framework is based on 3 pillars. The first is institutional economics, the assumption of which is that human economic and social activity and behavior is shaped by existing formal and informal institutions. The second is that all of these changes are based on a movement called neo-Taylorism, the basis of which is that human workers are not just told what to do, but they are meticulously explained exactly how to do it. All of their activities fragmented and all of their behavior is rationalized. The difference between the old or classical Taylorism and this neo-Taylorism is that it is based on what has been termed behavior surplus extraction. The basis of this is that in the modern digital world, privacy does not work in the exact same way it did 100 years ago. This behavior of surplus is that tech companies are surveilling everything that humans are doing, and based on this, they are able to infer behaviors that not even the people expressing those know it. So essentially, the point of privacy was that we are not telling to the public and tech companies, for example, who we are going to vote for. But the purpose of surveillance capitalism and behavioral surplus extraction is that these tech companies know who we are going to be voting for before even us know it. So to follow up on this, it is a bit unusual, but we have managed to actually choose a null hypothesis. This null hypothesis is based on a Deloitte white paper from 2013, which is the same white paper that has been chosen by Virginia Eubanks too in her seminal book, Automating Inequality. The basis of this Deloitte white paper is that they are identifying certain major social problems and essentially turn these social problems into very simple KPIs. And of course, the most important KPI for them is simple dollars. And some examples of this, for example, they are identifying that the prison population is really huge in the USA and it's cost a lot of money to maintain all these prisoners. So they suggest, instead of reducing this number, finding an answer to the social problems, is to put everyone suspected in house arrest and surveilled by digital systems, AI, etc. They identified that recruitment numbers into the US military are falling, and so they are suggesting building more drones, introducing a lot of combat robots to replace those humans, or identifying that education is cost a lot of money in the USA, so also they want to introduce more digitalization to solve this problem. Or even they identified that emergency relief in the case of disaster is really slow and inefficient, so they are practically offering civil defense as a service kind of new company idea. The core of all of these is that they believe that all these social problems can simply be ignored and bypassed with technology. And also they are identifying that the core problem behind all of these is they are simply that they are state services. So all of this should be privatized and handed over to private corporations, because they will be able to do it much more cheaply and efficiently. But throughout all of this, they are ignoring the actual social problems, and they are just trying to be reducing their negative effects. Also, their key assumption is that technology itself is positive, and that privatizing certain services does not fundamentally change the structure of society behind it. Our alternative hypothesis is the opposite of this. Our hypothesis is that technology itself is neutral, and instead the implementation is the one that is not neutral but good or negative. And that therefore the actual effects of the introduction of these technologies will depend on exactly who is introducing these technologies, and what these new institutions that are being developed with these new technologies will be following the habitus of the groups that are introducing them.
Okay, so let's see our analysis. What AI will change? It will change the job quantity, which means that, for example, we automate some jobs, so it will not exist in the future. But which is more important, that it will change the job quality, which means that it makes fragmentation, atomization, and standardization. This means that the people will just be like having instructions and having the issue to make execution. The workers will lose the autonomy, and they will under a permanent control. And this means bad news for the women, because they will disproportionately lose more than the men. Usually, the typical man jobs are more like which will be augmented. It will change, but not cancelled. And the women jobs will be totally automatized. In the sectors which is mostly women sectors, that are unskilled, we call buffer workers. They will work in the gig economy, or admin and lower management works or jobs will be replaced. And in the care economy, which is usually a human-centric economy, they want to they want to replace digital platforms, the human contact and relationships. And why are women in these fields? There's many
Reason?
Yeah, there's many reasons, but we will talk about the most reason. So there's this expectation against the woman that they should have the family, they should raise the kids, and for this reason they will diminish for years. So the workplaces see these women unreliable, and they are not. They don't think that these women will be there constantly. So that means that we have unskilled and skilled women, and the unskilled women are the buffer workers. So they will work when they are there, when they are not with the family or the children. And the skilled women has just general skills, because usually the man has the industry-specific skills, which means that they have a constant commitment for one domain or one company, for example. And that means that one country's specific industrial policy is determined the women's position. So based on this, Bourdieu's model can be modified, because that means that these skills for the women, for example, university courses or sectors which are feminized, this has a lower prestige. And when a sector is feminized, the wages will be lower in this sector. And that's what they call neutral or meritocratic, which is like funny in an ironic way.
Yes, so based on this, we can make a lot of conjectures. The main conjecture is, of course, that women are going to be losing a lot more than men through AIification. But when we are combining everything that has been said, we can reveal a really interesting phenomenon. So getting back to the Taylor part, besides being the creator of scientific management, Taylor was also involved in strike breaking at the end of the 19th and early 20th century. And during this strike breaking activity, we have figured out that there is a certain kind of man who can be made into a strike breaker and who will be breaking the rate limitations that are the other workers are carrying out. And these were men who were usually not well culturally adapted into that environment, who had very few friends and usually were ideologically different compared to the other workers. For example, Republicans in democratic workplace. Another interesting finding is that Elton Mayo, who is also another famous scientific management theorist, he's famous for the so-called Hawthorne study, the most famous finding of which is that people will work better if they are being constantly observed and being cared after. But the second, less famous finding of this was that they have also evaluated every individual worker. And what they have found out is that the best performing workers, so those who produce the most, who are working the most time, were interestingly the least intelligent ones. A little jump. Until around the 1960s, the IT sector was generally viewed as a feminine job. The reason of this is that originally computers and IT in general was viewed as a kind of office supply. And so the people working on these office supplies had to be like secretaries. And this is why it was viewed as a female job. However, in the end of the 60s, in the early 70s, the IT sector became its own sector and suddenly exploded in both size and influence. And so the sector became a black box for the managers who had no idea what jobs these extremely powerful workers are doing. And it is exactly at this point that the so-called myth of the anti-social programmer guy has appeared. Suddenly, a whole bunch of American companies, most importantly IBM, have appeared with interesting explanations that the most efficient programmers are men who are antisocial, have no friends, and like to solve puzzles. And this is not something that is repeating existing pattern. The whole point is that they have completely broken the existing pattern and suddenly appear with a stereotype that made absolutely no sense in that social context. And afterwards, when this weird stereotype appeared, it also started appearing in movies. By the 1980s, there were a whole bunch of hacker movies, the war game, and etc., which was based on antisocial guys doing some really crazy things with computers, which now persist until to this day. And so one of our hypotheses is that this stereotype was invented exactly by corporations for the purpose of being able to better control employees. And the corollary to this is that misogyny itself is also supported by these companies themselves to further reinforce this unequal structure that they have created. And this is actually also supported by multiple examples. One of them, of course, is that Alphabet and Meta, the corporations behind Google and Facebook, are pulling tens of millions of dollars into right-wing groups in both North America and in Europe, which is well documented. The other is that putting together studies from institutional economics, for example, Ashimovu's studies, their study of automation simply demonstrated the social effects of robotization by comparing the various US districts. But another interesting thing is that there have been studies that have been analyzing incel activity and violence against women, which was also using these same commuting zone districts in the USA. And we were like, what if we can put them on top of each other? And they were nearly perfect matches. So in those districts that have undergone the most robotization and automation in the USA in the 90s and the 2000s were exactly those districts that had the most incel activity and the most violence against women, which means that all of these dissatisfied men who have lost their prestigious jobs, who got these skills, who had a very strong status anxiety, have been pushed towards hating women and faulting them for all the social problems that they have been experiencing. So these are all things that do not directly appear to be happening when people look at automation and AIification, and yet these social problems are a direct cause of it, because the system itself is consciously engineered like that, and it is not just happening because automation just does it, or as has been mentioned already, it is not just meritocracy that is putting men in these positions, but that is just that those specific men who are put in these positions are a lot easier to control than just a normal selection. So this was it.
So to access requests, if you can not make too much noise out there, it would be great because I will be easily distracted. And also, if you want to ask some questions afterwards, I have certain issues with auditory processing names. So if you want to ask me if I read Foucault, for example, I will likely not understand it by hearing. So there is no solution to it really, but writing it down. So just to let you know that I'm not stupid. I maybe read the thing, but I just don't understand the question. Yeah, and yeah, or you can text us or whatever. Yeah, anyhow, should I start? Yes. Yeah, and also, Andrei, please let me know in the middle of the time I have, because if you let me know by the end, we will be already screwed up. Yeah, and I'll know that I need to speed up. Okay, with all that, let's start. So I'll talk today about the work in progress. It is the research I am kind of finalizing right now. So but probably will be a part of a longer project. So first of all, about the study. It was a qualitative study about experiences of ADHD and ODHD women. And ODHD, for those of you who maybe not know, it is autism and ADHD together. And I was looking for study participants who were either in or from Belarus, but at the end, they all appeared to be from, for apparent reasons. So migration experience also became kind of like part of the study. I was looking for people who either previously worked or currently working or seeking work in the IT industry, who are, by the way, who are women, non-binary or trans people. But I would like to acknowledge that for many different reasons, trans people, I wasn't able to talk to any. So it is a gap in my research that I'm planning to work on later on. And and also people who either were diagnosed formally as ADHDers or self-diagnosed, or even people who suspect that ADHDness might be relevant to their experience, might describe their experience. And the project was funded by Her Exclusion Research Lab, which is part of Women in Tech. So thanks them for making it possible. So I had 12 study participants and 16 interviews, and we did so-called limited life story interviews. And with some of the study participants, I did interviews repeatedly, which means that I was coming back to them all the time to see how the professional life develops, what's new, what's happening. And this was probably the most favorite methodological part of this study. It was very interesting. So some studies say 3%, some studies say 5 to 10% of people globally might be ADHDers, but the problem with the numbers is that how they are produced. So actually they do not make much sense. In the public discourse, as well as in social sciences, there is a wide critique of over-diagnosing or over-medicalizing neurodivergent people or people in general. But Robert Chapman says that not all resistance to medicalization is actually progressive. And so there is a growing body of research that shows that actually for many marginalized groups, for many vulnerable groups, official diagnosis remains inaccessible. And we have good internet memes about that, right? So the picture here shows that psychiatrists for years, for centuries, were mostly concerned with young boys identifying ADHD in them, but not really bothered with adult people or girls with ADHD. But yeah, it's an academic conference, so I'll refer to some research. So there are some works about undetected adult ADHD, about gender differences in experience, about particularly gendered omission of both autism and ADHD in women and girls. But there are really no studies of ADHD in the context of migration, and also Hög, the researcher I will mention later, talk more about later, also points out that ADHD right now, that we know of right now, is very white. So white people are dominating most of the studies of it. And so in the studies of ADHD in social sciences, there are two main narratives. One frame ADHD as kind of like neurological deficiency, and they follow so-called individual model of disability, which means that, you know, my brain is somehow not right. So like I need to work on myself to be suitable for society. And then in social sciences, often also there is this constructivist criticism. So they see ADHD as a label, and label is signifying some kind of like societal problem. So we shouldn't, so it's an invented thing, and we shouldn't bother that much about those labels. We should be liberated from them. And the problem, as Bertelsdott and Rosquist points out, the problem with both narratives is they all frame ADHD as some sort of problem. It is like, in one case it is individual, in other case it is societal, but is something wrong to be fixed. And it is useful to talk about paradigms here. So most of the research about ADHD so far was done within so-called pathology paradigm, which means pathology paradigm is usually populating medical and psychological and psychiatric research, and it is built around the idea that such thing as a normal mind exists. So there is normal mind, and then there are some deviation from that, and those deviations are problems, they are disorders. And recently, there's been, especially in the field of critical autism studies, there's been a development of such thing as neurodiversity paradigm. it is a different way to think and talk about things. So neurodiversity says that difference is actually a normal fact of human existence. We always were different and we continue to be different. And diversity is just a big biological fact. And in this paradigm, the idea that someone can have normal mind is bizarre. It is as bizarre as have a normal race, a normal gender, no normal ethnicity. It's like, it doesn't make sense. One of the important thinkers who was developing this paradigm is Nick Walker. And from this point of view, the critical ADHD studies field started growing just recently. And it's not critical in the sense critical about ADHD, but it's critical as in critical gender studies, critical disability studies, all good things that are threatened right now in the world. To my knowledge, the person who first kind of called for such study was her, and it was followed by some other researchers. And the main kind of thing about this field is that they point out that most of the research on ADHD till very recently was done by people who have no idea how it is to live with ADHD. They have no lived experience. And therefore, such studies should be ADHD-led. They should be centered in ADHD voices. They should be intersectional, they should be critical, they should draw from neurodiversity paradigm and social model of disability. And to give you an example, like why it's good, normal discourse about, like typical discourse about ADHD frames, it's even in the name, it says deficit of attention, right? So it's individual deficiency. But for example, Bertils, Dr. Rosquist, and Haltman, both ADHD researchers say, well, it doesn't actually describe our lived experiences. We have no deficit of attention. We have no problem with like focusing. We have variable attention. We have intensity of experiences, which is different from other people. So they did very interesting, it is incredibly interesting study methodologically. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, I really advise you to read it just for the sake of like, for the beauty of the method. But they showed how through participative and kind of like less stigmatizing approach to knowledge production, we could actually find better terms to talk about such experiences and describe them more accurately. And finally, getting closer to my field. So I tried to kind of follow there as an inspiration, and I found that the methodologically, this study for me was a pure joy. Maybe also because previous projects were about migration, police violence, and all the things like, you know. So comparing to these, job discrimination sounds like fun. I accept that. But also, it was really such fun to experiment together with study participants. So for example, instead of doing, you know, like seated interview where you sit still for like several hours and extract all the information that you need, we were together trying to find better way to do interviews. So they could be folding clothes like laundry in parallel. They could be cooking chicken in parallel. They could be working, doing whatever they need to like feel more at ease. We agreed to that interview is not bounded by this particular time slot, but they can send me their afterwards as like voice messages, video messages, whatever works for them. With one study participant, we agreed that it would be more suitable for her to review transcript of the interview and leave comments and add details that are missing, and to think about it before the next interview. So it was kind of like this collaboration. And another thing that I offered, because it was very early on, it was clearly that people do not talk about ADHDness at work for obvious reasons. I hope they're obvious. And so they have really no one to talk to discuss their experiences, to maybe exchange some strategies or whatever. So I offered to them to add questions to my list, to suggest what I should ask from others and to mediate this without them kind of exposing themselves. Thank you very much. Yeah, and mostly those questions were about, should I say something about it at work? And is it safe to say about my ADHD at work? And also about exactly the interest in the strategies, what other people do for themselves to kind of make life more livable. And again, getting even closer to my field, DevBuy is a major media outlet dedicated to IT industry in Belarus. And they recently published 2 articles about ADHD. And in one of the articles, they probably decided to educate their audience, and they added this like small drop down, what is ADHD? And probably they copied the description from some kind of textbook or whatever, and I don't think they put much thought into it. But I copied some of the parts of it. I find it like, you can use it as a test. If you see how it's problematic, it's great. If you don't, you need to educate yourselves. So, it's a really quick test. But basically, they say that people with ADHD are unable to focus, unable to work, failing work responsibilities, have challenges doing work that requires cognitive effort, prolonged cognitive efforts, untidy, interrupting others, intrude into other people's business, using someone's things without permission. Can you imagine, like, the people, this is the major media, so it forms opinion in the industry. So if someone doesn't know what ADHD is, they would be reading this and forming their opinion about the colleague with ADHD. So it's outrageous. Yeah, and then I have one of the study participants who works in HR, and she has some kind of influence over hiring decisions and how people are evaluated and policies in the company, limited but still influence. And she says about other ADHD employers, I know there can be issues with focusing, but also I know that some ADHD people can go really deep into the subject and come back with the research. The information will be the information level will be 100%. They will have 5 hours of hyperfocus and will not miss a single page. And the problem is with that, it is true in most cases, it is true. But the problem with this narrative, of course, is that when you see this, your initial response is to defend and to say, no, actually, we are good, we can focus, we can do things. And we fall into this trap of framing neurodivergence as superpower, which is also, of course, very problematic. And there is such term offered, I believe, by Chapman again, neurodiversity light, which describes the trend in the corporate world in particular to exploit the subject of neurodiversity for profit, for reputational gain, for extraction of certain resources. And they appropriate the vocabulary without any ethical or political commitment that must follow the neurodiversity movement, actually. And in this paradigm, one's value is still measured on their ability to be employed. So how good worker you are defines your value as a human. And this discourse of superpowers is followed by the discourse of untapped potential, which is like incredibly common when corporate programs talks about neurodiversity. And tapping someone's potential, it's in the word again, it is like very extractivist, very exploitative. Okay, I'll probably skip. So there are things that that in my research were in line with previous research on ADHD, but I will talk about some nuances. So first of all, the difference was the process for my study participants was very transnational. If Swedish person thinks they have ADHD, they go and wait in line for 2 years for diagnosis. If they're rich and can afford it, they go over the bridge to Denmark and do it privately. But my study participants could, I don't know, use like healthcare bureaucracies from 3 or 4 different countries to reach the result they needed. They, including the countries where they never lived. So for example, for some Belarusians, it was very, and continues to be common to use Ukrainian psychiatric kind of like expertise to get the diagnosis. And it's really interesting how they do not see themselves bound that much in one country, in one national healthcare system. Then there is always this colonial logic and even the teleology of sorts where Western psychiatric knowledge is seen as more advanced, as like more far away, and post-Soviet space is catching up. So they think that it's like a straight line. And well, if you look closer, you know that Western psychiatric knowledge is also very problematic. And then, of course, there is responsibilization globally, there is stigma globally, but for my study participants, it was even kind of more intense because, well, the idea of asking for any kind of accommodations at work seemed impossible to them. So the most they could hope for would be to find understanding supervisor who they could tell privately, but God knows if anyone else knows. So, and it is also very interesting because most of them are not living in like abroad for such a long time. It would be interesting to see it in dynamics, whether like they living within the EU changes this perspective all the time. But right now it's rather like, yeah, so the problems they described, the challenges they described were quite different from what you saw on this terrible slide earlier. So those were challenges with transitions, transitions means starting work or ending work, with unclear requirements, ambivalent feedback, with self-doubt and anxiety, with exhaustion, including exhaustion from masking. And I want to share a couple things I think are very important, so I will skip some slides. So first of all, the intersectional lens is very important here. So it was very interesting how for different people in different organizations, vulnerabilities were structured differently. So for example, for one study participant, sharing the queer identity was relatively easy. Sharing about depression was easy, but saying that I am ADHD was impossible. For another ADHD woman, it was okay to share ADHD because it's kind of like already a little bit popularized, she felt, in the like social media, and people know more about it, but she felt it is impossible to say at work that she is autistic as well, because that would be really stigmatized. And it's interesting how Stanin and Rosquist point out that like in academia, for example, it could be reversed. Autistic man could be considered like a good scientist, but a dyslexic woman is a different story. And also, the maternity leave is a very big theme in many aspects, one of which is one of my study participants could not have afford the formal assessment and medication while on maternity leave because it's not paid for by government in this country, and so it's expensive and it's really scary to really scary to get dependent upon like drugs that are relatively expensive. And also another woman said, and this one was identified when her son was screened. In Poland, they do like those screening in school. So many women discovered they are neurodivergent through children. And therefore, she discovered about the son first. It is a common thing globally as well. And then also understood that describes her as well. And she says, like, yeah, there are probably some methods I could use, but I do nothing. I mostly take care of child's needs. So the neurodivergent son gets the attention, gets the help, gets the resources, but there's no like energy left for the mother to take care of herself. And another thing I wanted to say about masking. So masking is a performance of pretending to be neuronormative, neurotypical. And Walker points out that the performances of neuronormativity, oh my God, and heteronormativity are always very interrelated. And they are gendered in a very distinct and clear way. So, for example, the ideas of what is polite or what is communication competences is very different for, I don't know, ADHD woman in a specialist role or male senior manager. And I can confirm it from my own experience. When I worked in a IT company, we had executives who couldn't sit still at the meeting for 5 minutes. They would be like pacing around the room and they would be very like performative. And I'm not saying they have ADHD, I have no idea, but I'm saying that their embodied performance was accepted. And if I did it, it wouldn't be. But I knitted during some of the meetings, and that was accepted because, again, it was a gendered, it was stimming technique to maintain my focus, but it was acceptable for a woman. I don't think it would be so acceptable for a man to do the same thing, to knit. And then another thing, one of the study participants shared that her supervisor asked her to make her emails more polite using ChatGPT because this woman was autistic and she was writing emails that are very straight to the point, like, I need to do this. And actually, it is what is like striking here is that supervisor believed that making those emails more polite, meaning adding like layers of hello, how are you, how was your weekend, I hope that you had something great, blah blah blah, she thought it makes the emails better. But it really depends on cultural context. In different countries, in different industries, in different roles, in different situations, it would be interpreted differently. In IT industry, which, as discussed in previous presentation, mentioned as well, where there is this cult of kind of like autistic male in sweaters, people actually often prefer emails that are straight to the point. So it's not that like my study participant was doing anything wrong, but she was forced to mask and pretend that she's neurotypical more than like she wanted. And yeah, maybe one more thing, because I guess my time's up, right? So if do have one practical takeaway from this presentation. Please don't force people to leave camera on Zoom. I'm surprised how many people still don't know that and do not know that it is kind of problematic and ableist, and it creates a very kind of unfriendly and hostile environment for neurodivergent people who are on that Zoom. And it is such a easy thing to do to just make the space a little bit accessible for everyone. Yeah, I will end on this terrible quote. So like another study participant, I call her Kate, said, I got this feedback from my manager during performance review. I will not be able to help you with this. I know for sure that you need to change something about yourself, but I don't know what exactly and how, but I just know that you need to change. And so probably not the most optimistic note to end on, but I think we need to all need to reflect a little bit on the level of internalized ableism that kind of like permeates all our organization structures, teams, the way we communicate with each other, and maybe go educate ourselves, do something about it. I don't know. Yeah, that's my message.
Everyone, thank you so much for coming here today, and kudos to the organizers. I mean, this is an incredible event. Today we'll talk about empathetic environment, social and governance marketing in tech. And a few words about myself. So I've been working on the intersection of marketing, branding, communications, technology, sustainability for quite some time. So I started my journey at advertising agencies, then I had my own gigs, then spent around 7 years in tech corporations. And now I work at EHU. I'm lecturing here. So kudos to everyone from the university, my colleagues and my classmates as well, because in addition, I'm doing a master's program in gender studies here. So highly recommend. And let's talk about trust first, because when I was preparing this presentation, I realized that when talking about communication, trust is a key element for success. Your customers need to trust what you're saying, and I dug out the definition of trust from Merriam-Webster Dictionary, and trust is an assured reliance on the character, abilities, strengths, or truth of someone or something. And key words here are assured reliance. Because again, when it comes to communication, everything you say should be backed up by your actions. When you're a tech company, when you're like any kind of company and organization, you need to walk the talk. So trust and economic outcomes. Again, when we're talking about business, trust and economic outcomes are closely connected. And here are some statistics from our world in data. This graph shows interpersonal trust versus GDP per capita in different countries. You can see some outliers, you can see China, Singapore, Qatar, but in general, the top of the graph are countries with the most successful economies, Scandinavian countries, Norway, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Netherlands. And this is a causal relationship. Trust drives economic growth, and it not just correlates with it, because again, when we encounter research, when we encounter different statistics, we ask ourselves a question, is it a correlation or a causation? In this case, this is a causation. So there is no successful business without trust. And since we're talking about technology. Technology, as turned out, is the most trusted sector. There is a research called Edelman Trust Barometer, and every year it releases a comprehensive report about trust across different countries and different industries. And as you see, technology followed by education, these are the two most trusted sectors. But of course, there are challenges. I mean, if there were no challenges, we could finish this presentation right now. But this is the data from the same report, Edelman Trust Barometer, and it shows that there is not enough trust in the society for people to feel safe from prejudice, discrimination, or racism. And I mean, we can look at the data across different genders, ages, incomes, races, ethnicities, and compared to the previous year, the situation got worse. So now it's plus 10 points to the answer, like, I worry about experiencing prejudice, discrimination, or racism. And again, going back to the statement about walking the talk and backing up statements with actions. Pride Month is approaching, so I guess soon you will see a lot of examples of pinkwashing and rainbow capitalism. And you will see for yourself which companies are actually doing something to address the issues of discrimination. So pinkwashing is a superficial or insincere display of concern for the LGBT plus community. It originated from the term whitewashing, which is basically like covering the wall with white paint to conceal some problems. And the term pinkwashing itself was coined in 1985 by the advocacy group Breast Cancer Action. So in a nutshell, your rainbow logo doesn't make you an ally. And having worked in tech, I've been observing this behavior so much because whenever Pride Month starts, everyone is changing their logo colors and there are rainbows everywhere. But when you dig deeper, like, what are you actually doing so your employees feel safe? Who are your contractors? Are you following the rules of sustainable procurement? Are the companies that you work with adhere to human rights? So these are all the questions that I always ask myself when June approaches. And yeah, so, and let's rewind a little bit to the year of 2011. Again, if we're talking about the commitment of tech companies to diversity, equity, inclusion, we need to know about this guy, Damon Horowitz. In 2011, he delivered a TED Talk at Silicon Valley. At that time, he was a director of engineering at Google. He's a philosophy professor and a serial entrepreneur. And the question that he raised, he addressed the tech industry and he addressed the students who were about to embark on their journey in this industry. He asked the question, how do we know what is right and what is wrong? How do we know how to behave in a certain situation, a certain context? We know so much about operating systems, but what we really need is a moral operating system. And I believe that this was a turning point for many companies, and I see that employee activism it was triggered. Like, I don't know if it was triggered by this specific talk, but it definitely impacted this movement because I could see employees of global tech corporations marching against inequality, marching to protest policies that were not sustainable. So speaking of a moral operating system, I would suggest this framework, a very simple framework that companies can follow to kind of keep themselves in check. I have taken it from a book called Data-Driven DI by Dr. Randall Pinkett. And basically, you need to take care of these three elements of your business strategy: policies, practices, and people. Policies, documented policies, regulations, expectations. Practices are specific actions and procedures performed by management, and people, personal behaviors, experiences within the organizational culture. This framework also has the fourth element, and it's a combination of all these three. And the fourth element is performance. Again, going back to trust, economic growth, like all of these things, they actually contribute to the bigger picture. And when I was working in tech, I had the challenge to convince my managers, to convince senior leadership that what we do in the diversity inclusion domain actually impacts the business. And this framework helped. So highly recommend, if at some point you will encounter a similar task, a similar problem, I recommend addressing this book and this framework. And just to give you a few examples of how companies are adhering to these principles and implementing these practices in their business strategies. Vinted, a local unicorn, tech unicorn from Lithuania, a marketplace for second-hand goods. A few years ago, they implemented a policy. They extended same-sex parental benefits beyond statutory limits and provided financial aid to same-sex families, not just in Lithuania, but in all of the locations. And this is a global corporation now with the roots here in Lithuania. Another tech company, Nasdaq, global tech company with an office in Vilnius as well. They have the Open, which is Out Proud Employees of Nasdaq. And this is an employee resource group, which is quite a good approach to contribute to this people element of the business strategy. And quite a few big companies have these groups, and employee resource groups unite people based on their identities, lifestyles, worldviews. So in some companies that I worked for, we had a women in tech employee group, we had a veterans employee group, parents employee group, and LGBTQ employee group as well. So this helps because this kind of groups, they provide not just moral support for people, but they facilitate new connections. They help people from underrepresented groups to progress in their career because there is support from their community. And example of practices, Accenture as well, a huge tech corporation and IT consultancy, has a practice of sustainable procurement. They have a program called Procurement Plus, which means that they work with suppliers and contractors who care about the environment, care about people, do not violate human rights, with companies that are inclusive, agile. I mean, this is great because this kind of approach goes beyond a certain company. It's not just about who you are, it's about who you work with and what kind of behaviors you reinforce. So these are the examples, but again, challenges. When we talk about tech industry, I mean, so many global corporations are headquartered in the US. And Trump administration hasn't been helpful in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion strategies, and many companies were forced to abandon their DI commitments. But some companies are still holding on to their promises, still walking the talk. So let's see where it goes. Yeah, let's hope for the best. And let's remember that actions speak louder than words. To finish the presentation, I would like to introduce my own framework. This is something that I have developed while building the diversity inclusion strategy at a tech company and also combining it with the environmental, social, and governance marketing strategy. Because again, at first I was planning to talk about marketing, but then again, there is no marketing without trust, and there is no trust without a proper employee experience. So At the end, this presentation turned into these core things, with marketing just being a tool on the sidelines, just something that helps you to deliver the message to your employees, to the outside world about what you're actually doing as a company. So I would say experience first, and this framework was built specifically for the employee brand with the focus on the employee and candidate experience. But I believe it can be applied to so many different tasks. So first, you start with research. You identify the problem, because again, you can go and wave the rainbow flag, but which problem are you solving? Like, do you have data? So it is important to see the weak points, to understand which issues you need to solve and start solving them. Then you find solutions. And if you work for a big company or a multinational corporation, integration into the company's processes is important. And this is also something that I found quite challenging, especially when you need to consider all regions where the company operates, because then you need to switch on cultural awareness, understand cultural peculiarities in different regions, because people might perceive different, again, diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives differently, depending on the country. So integration is important. Then the third step was education. You need to make sure that everyone, in my case, it was employees and especially senior leadership, understands what we're doing and specifically why we're doing that. Because quite often I used to hear, not just from the leadership, but just from my fellow colleagues, they're like, why are you doing that? Just like, let us do our job. Don't interfere with your diversity and inclusion initiatives. Like, I'm writing code. This has nothing to do with me. And then I had to build this logic again and explain that if you feel safe as an employee in a company, you work better, you're more motivated, you deliver better results, you stay in the company, the company does not spend extra money to find a replacement for you. So all of these things, yeah, I had to repeat over and over again. And only then you move to communication itself. When everything is in place, when you know which problem you solve, when you make sure that the solution is integrated into the company's DNA, and when you know that people actually understand what you're doing and why, then you can do the communication. You can write posts on LinkedIn, do PR across different media, etc., etc. But it's important to have the basics. And compliance, commitment, and accountability are the principles that you need to follow all the way through. Compliance is simple. There are policies, there are rules, laws, regulations. You need to follow them. If a company has the code of ethical conduct, you do not violate it, you do not discriminate, etc., etc. Commitment is 3 minutes. Oh, cool. I thought that was like super fast, but yeah, this is the last slide. Thank you so much. Commitment means that everyone, and especially senior leadership, need to understand in their heart that, like, what they're doing, why, and to accept it. So there is no internal resistance. And accountability, just being accountable all the way through. So this is it, and thank you so much. I'm looking forward to talking to you after the presentation, and let's connect.
Tonya, thank you for the introduction, and welcome everyone to the next panel, which is entitled, as Tonya already briefly mentioned, Emotional Mediation, Home and Displacement in Transition. We're going to have 3 speakers. Tanya is joining us online. And without further ado, I will introduce the first speaker, who is Hanna Seliazniova, also a colleague of mine and Tonya's in Women in Tech. Anya holds a master's degree in gender studies, and also she has obtained an advanced certificate in research ethics and bioethics from Clarkson University, and
You can skip this.
okay, yeah, I'm trying to make it short, but I also want to give credit to Hanna. And today she's going to talk on the topic of emotional displacement and fragility of belonging. And just kindly notice that you have somewhere between 17 and 20 minutes, and my colleague here will give us signals. And please, as it has been the routine so far, if you have any questions, keep them until the end of the panel. Hanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope my presentation is less fun. Dear colleagues, so glad to see you all. Although my academic foundation really rooted in human genomics, molecular genetics, and gender studies in European Humanities University, my research trajectory now shifted towards migration studies. And this, of course, this interdisciplinary tone is not accidental. Rather, it reflects a deeper, let's say, epistemological commitment to use academic inquiry as a lens for exploring questions that are simultaneously structural and intimate, theoretical and lived. And in this sense, science and scholarship offer a method, even a subtle form of navigation through which one can engage personal, gendered, and existential questions, inquiries in times of displacement and uncertainty. Questions such as, where's your home now? How's your home performed and perceived? What conditions make home impossible? How do we inhabit space amid instability? What symbolic anchors and social practices guide us in constructing this sense of belonging? My research explored these questions through the lived experience of Belarusian immigrants who left this country in the aftermath of 2020. Drawing on qualitative interviews and thematic analysis, I examined how homing is enacted, not only as a return or destination, but as an ongoing process of negotiation, care, and symbolic anchoring in exile. And the concepts of homing and belonging, of course, occupy a central position in contemporary scholarship on migration and diaspora and identity. I would like to shortly outline the theoretical foundations that guide the present study, emphasizing the dynamic, effective, and often constructed nature of home and in context of displacement. After Bra distinguished between home as a physical place and diaspora space as a site where multiple histories, subjectivities, and power relations intersect, Sara Ahmed expands this understanding by emphasizing the affective and orientational dimensions of home. And her analysis belonging is not merely a matter of identity or legal status, but an alignment, a way of being directed towards certain spaces and people. Home, then, is where bodies feel in place, and estrangement arises when such orientations are disrupted. Building on this, David Morley frames home as a symbolic and mobile territory, not a fixed location, you see, but a constellation of cultural meanings, rituals, mediated attachments. So home is constructed. And this theoretical landscape is enriched further through the lens of emotional geographies, which foregrounds the effective dimensions of special experience. As Bondi, Davidson, Smith argue, space is not only inhabited, but felt. The emotional contours of placemaking shape how individuals experience security, alienation, memory, and attachment, and for migrants, especially for those living in prolonged precarity. Spaces of exile are often charged with ambivalence, both as sites of safety and of grief. Emotional geographies thus allow us to analyze how home is produced, not only through material practices, but also through effective investments, through longing, loss, intimacy, and care. Then Ewell Davis complements these with a distinction between emotional belonging and actually the politics of belonging, drawing attention to the tension between effective identification and the structural analysis. affective identification, structural inclusion, belonging in this view is always situated with broader regimes of power, recognition, and exclusion. And together, these concepts position home as an ongoing, situated, and emotionally charged process, a way of making space meaningful and livable in the midst of instability. In this research, such frameworks are applied to analyze how Belarusian migrants recreate a sense of home in exile, not as a single act, but as a multiplicity of gestures, orientations, negotiations in everyday life. And actually, the Belarusian case offers a poignant lens through which to examine how belonging is reconfigured under duress, and how homing is performed in exile, not as a return, but as a process of negotiating familiarity, community, and safety in shifting terrain. And this research actually contributes to this growing body of literature that frames exile not as a temporary interruption, but as a lived condition, one in which the construction of home becomes both a political act and emotional imperative. And Belarusian migrants, through their practices, narrative, and material strategies, provide critical sites for observing how displaced people build symbolic and effective structures of belonging amid instability. My empirical material consists of in-depth semi-structural interviews with Belarusian migrants who left the country following 2020 political crisis. The interview was structured around three core areas: the meaning of home and belonging, mobility, displacement, and placement, symbolic belonging, identity, and social relationships. Then data was analyzed using reflexive thematic analysis, and here you can see using interpretive coding process. And see you can have a look at the key thematic clusters about that. Each code comprised experts from multiple respondents, allowing a comparative interpretation across these global geographies and different social contexts. And this approach actually enabled to somehow to make this nuanced analysis possible of both the performative and effective dimensions of homing. Let's go with findings and split these in 3 chapters. The first one is the meaning of home and belonging. So for many Belarusian migrants forced into exile, homing is not a return, but a process, fragmented, embodied, and deeply adaptive. It emerged as a response of spatial and emotional dislocation, built not from permanence, but from small, intentional acts of self-making. In this narrative, home was not defined by material shelter alone, actually, but by what is enabled: safety, expression, and connection. It was often described as collapsible infrastructure, sometimes something portable and imaginative. It folds and unfolds wherever you need it. For many, home was also a space of psychological safety and expressive freedom, especially for those navigating queerness, trauma, personal transition. It was one place where full embodied felt possible, a space for LGBTQ self-expression, emotional vulnerability, and for practicing self-care. Notably, the ability to host others was seen as an act of empowerment and social rootedness. And this extended into actually the concept of home circulation, a willingness to share one's space with others in need, to let a sense of home across these shifting contexts. For many, this practice was both practical and symbolic, a reminder that home can be collective, temporary, and co-created without losing its emotional depth. You become a master of domesticity. Home is no longer what you were given, it's what you know how to build. Still, while homing was possible, belonging provided far more fragile from it. It was not embedded in space. It had to be earned, nurtured, sustained. For many, it grew over time through the rhymes of daily life. catching the same bus, like visiting same bakery, walking familiar routes. And between routines, life happens. And that's the very moment when you notice it. Yet the belonging was often marked by liminality and ambiguity. Some described exile as moving into someone else's life, a world filled with leftovers of other histories. But legal precarity, unresolved paperwork, communal housing often stood at tension with participants' effective investments, while children in exile added another layer to these dynamics. Participants described how young people grew with blurred boundaries between past and present homes. For them, belonging becomes even more conditional, negotiated, and emotionally fluid, shaped by their parents' ability to make home anew despite all this instability. But over the time, participants underwent a conceptual shift. Home became less about origin and more about the improvisation. Our solid homes of childhood, filled with rituals, familiarity, give way to homes constructed through care, creativity, and intention. What mattered wasn't permanence, but presence, the ability to make a livable space, however temporary it is. In some, the practices of homing and experience, next chapter, in some, the practice of homing, the experience of belonging in exile emerged not as a fixed state, but as emotional geographies in motion. They were negotiated, partial, deeply personal, grounded in safety, imagination, care, and routines. While belonging remained precarious, participants continued to affirm their right to build, to host, to feel at home, even in exile. Home, one participant said, is collapsible. You carry it and unfold it where you need it. Next chapter, mobility, displacement, and placement. For many, life in exile was defined by not by one major move, by a pattern of repeated relocations across cities, across borders, and within temporary housing. Those movements were not just logical, but deeply symbolic, reshaping participants' relations with time, memory, with self. And migration was often described as existential rapture. Packing became ritualistic, an act of selection that held emotional weight. The few chosen objects were not simply practical, they were vessels of meaning, capsules of this continuity. And yet the transience was more than grief. Many described learning how to inhabit these aesthetics of impermanence, how to let go gracefully, how to plant symbolic seeds of presence in these passing spaces. Every time I moved, I felt like leaving a possible future behind, said one participant. Relocations also transformed participants' internal geographies. And one metaphor recurred across stories, standing on a two-legged stool, constantly searching for a third point of stability. Others resisted the idea of rebuilding home from scratch each time. Instead, they invested in rituals of everyday life. Yoga mats, bedtime stories, fresh laundry routines. The hardest to lose, one said, are the processes, not the furniture. It's the little systems that grounded me. Yet displacement carried a heavy emotional toll. Some mourned the collapse of their ability to plan, to hope, or to imagine the future. And this emotional liminality far more often delayed hard decisions. As one participant said, if I let myself at home, I would have no excuse not to take my next big step and decision. And for some, mobility opened space for self-invention. It's easy to prove myself here than at home, one participant noted. Others said that I felt freer to embody themselves more fully abroad, to claim space, to work with confidence. What was once foreign, one said, is also mine now. And this shift often brought tension. Early in life, mobility was celebrated as a flexibility, right? But after years of motion, participants began to yearn for groundness, not as a permanence, but the right to pause, to build, to feel. Being Belarusian now is a choreography through uncertainty. In some, mobility and displacement were not just special conditions, they were emotional terrains reshaping how participants lived, related, and imagined themselves in time. From grief and improvisation to care work and aesthetics of reclamation, these narratives trace a collective wisdom of how to live in motion without arousing the desire to belong. Next chapter, the last one. Identity and social relationships. Migration was not simply a change in location. For many, it initiated a deep internal transformation, allowing space to explore identity, to test new experiences of self. In conditions of widely variable planning horizons from weeks to years, shaped by documents, housing, finances, or emotional readiness, others gained clarity over time. Some made peace with short horizons. I would be quick. Many pointed to their unthinkable skills, things they could rely on no matter what they landed. This included professional competencies, creative abilities, and emotional tools. Friendships become post-families, constellations of closeness spread across countries. These were not always formed by shared pasts, but by aligned values and emotional fluency. One of the most recurring themes of entering new communities in host countries was to desire for recognition through contribution, being able to offer one skill, care, or creativity, and having those gifts received emerged as a key indicator of integration. This improvised meanwhile, emergent forms of this collectivity, while useful, often lacked depth of temporal endurance, and communities here form around specific projects and then dissolved. And this improvised nature of connection, built not on shared histories, but on present needs, often felt like a surrogate to real community. And this way, new communities become, let's say, laboratories of proximity, like testing zones for what it means to co-inhabit, collaborate, and emotionally resonate under conditions of contingency. But then go to the conclusions. And grounded on conceptual framework from emotional geography, diaspora studies, and feminist theory, the findings reveal that neither home nor identity is fixed. Its both are continually reassembled from practices of care, creativity, memory, of embodied routine. Participants describe home not as a location, but as an effective infrastructure, affordable, mobile constellation of sensory cues, symbolic objects, and relation rituals. Belonging emerged not from legal status or physical presence, but through emotional investments, accumulated routines, and the courage to remain present in the face of impermanence. Rather than viewing mobility as a purely dislocating, this study shows that it can also produce new subjectivities, temporalities, solidarities. Participants navigated short-term planning horizons while cultivating long-term imaginaries, dreams of groundness that coexisted with adaptive strategies for survival and expression. And emotional resilience, as expressed in research, is not aesthetic quality, but a form of affective labor, sustained through mutual support, creative agency, and the maintenance of transnational connections. The Belarusian case illustrates how individuals are under political pressure respond not only with nostalgia, but with innovation, resistance, and the radical reimagining of home. And as community continues to negotiate exile, their practices of homing, belonging, and becoming offer a lens into how the future is not simply awaited, but actively composed, one gesture, one room, one connection at a time. Thank you so much.
I'm going to talk about something that I initially called capitalization of indifference. Thank you. But actually then I decided to rename it into penalty for care, because I'm not sure that there was a gain of capital. I'm going to talk about the loss of capital and of its different kinds. And this is the loss about a loss among Belarusian migrants, and it's related to emotions. So it's going to be about emotions and different forms of capital, less about technology. And initially, my interest was driven by the following questions: like, is indifference the same thing as absence of emotions? Especially if we talk about civic participation, different forms of or probably not caring is something that is produced by active effort of different actors. And then I was wondering if we know from Bourdieu that different forms of capital are converted, then how indifference is converted into emotional capital and other forms of capitals, and in which way this process is gendered. And to enter the topic, I looked at what Marcy Cottingham was writing about emotional capital. Cottingham defines emotional capital as trans-situational, emotion-based knowledge, emotion management skills, and feeling capacities, which are both socially emergent and critical to the maintenance of power. So it's quite many things. And then also she distinguishes primary and secondary emotional capital, depending on when they are acquired, at which stage of social. She also argues that by no means emotional capital is a gender-neutral thing. She works with example of male nurses, looking at how they use their capabilities to feel, in particular to feel compassion to the patients, but also how they respond to the common idea that women are better capable of doing this job because they can feel proper emotions in proper place, invest them where they belong to. And she says that actually what she heard in interviews was not about stigmatization of this occupation as a feminine one. On the contrary, male nurses actually were appreciated for being able to feel, because it was assumed that women just have this form of emotional capital by default, and for male nurses, it costs an effort to feel this compassion. Yeah. And what was important for me and for Cottingham, and then for Vatherell and Patterson, that emotional practice or doing feelings and doing emotions is different from possessing of emotional capital. So just because one has it doesn't mean one will use it. So we can distinguish between effective practices, ways of doing emotions or doing feelings and being enthusiastic, and effective public discourses and possession of emotional capital. And I was wondering, okay, so everyone is writing about gain and accumulation and use of emotional capital, but can it also be lost? Under which circumstances? How is it lost? Yeah, and then I defined this loss of emotional capital as decrease in capacities to practice emotions in the way required for the field, for particular tasks, in the way that allows them to be converted into other forms of capital. Yeah, and I'm, yeah, that's kind of spoiler here in the brackets, that in particular I meant burnout, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and other similar experiences or phenomena. It's important to mention that in general, there is extensive literature telling us how emotions play a strong role in different kinds of work, in political process, in any activities described as civic engagement and NGO work, and how emotions are important for transformation of emotional regimes, and that is set of normative emotions and official rituals and practices of feeling. And then there are a lot of case studies. I'm not going to say a lot about them, but different case studies showing how particular emotions lead to social change. And these are different emotions. So here it's hope and euphoria and disappointment and envy and rage quite often, and humiliation and so on. And then like a more focused area of research is devoted to civil society or activism. And it also writes quite a lot about anger or combination of fear, hope, anger, and guilt, or about rage in different contexts. So we can conclude that being an activist or being civically engaged usually requires emotions and investment of emotion, and also doing emotions in many contexts. And yeah, thus it is also a domain where this emotional capital can be used. And now I'm coming to my case, which is dispossession among Belarusian migrants. And this is not what I've been dealing with during most of my career. So I did urban anthropology in Ukraine and Romania. And then since 2020, I switched to Belarusian field. One of two projects that I'm conducting, and they're like very slowly going, so they're eternally on the early stage because it's not a part of a project. So I'm asking which tactics do Belarusians that experience repression or direct risk of repression pursue in relation to their possessions, what they do to what they have. And usually I'm more concerned with the material possessions and also social capital. But today I'm going to look also at emotional capital that they lose because of the context. And if to describe the context very shortly, we know that there are mass repressions in Belarus that are ongoing since 2020. Then also Russian army used Belarusian territory to invade Ukraine in 2022. And there are a few 100,000 Belarusian citizens who migrated to the EU. Here you can also see just the background comment that the scale of repressions and amount of political prisoners is very different in Belarus and in Russia, for instance. And also, if we look at USSR at the beginning of the 1980s, then it's very different. So just to imagine the scale. And what I'm doing is participant observation since the start of 2024, plus analysis of media publications. And I'm not conducting any interviews because I think there is a lot of material collected by Belarusian journalists, published and not analyzed, actually. There's also a range of initiatives documenting experiences of migration and loss after 2020 among Belarusians. Here I want to elaborate a little bit on what is doing caring, doing emotions among Belarusians could mean. And this is not an exhaustive list, of course. So these are just a few examples, and they come from very different domains of life, I would say. So for many people, there's a value-driven professional careers in education, journalism, community work, psychology, and so on. There's also civic engagement in grassroots initiatives, which quite often cannot really be described as work because it is non-paid. It is done during spare time. It could also be different biographical choices, life choices, like returning to Belarus after obtaining education abroad, usually in the West. And also people whom I document in my notes, they did these choices at particular point of their life. Then, of course, if we think about moments of large-scale, massive political mobilization, it is engagement in political protest on the street through which people do emotions, joining the strike, speaking out in social network, and sometimes even a choice of migration destination could be a consequence of emotion that people have. In particular, many Belarusian migrants decided to migrate having different non-economical reasons in account, like community and distance to Belarus and background of solidarity and democratic principles in the hosting country. And that's, for instance, how many Belarusians are telling about how they chose Lithuania to migrate to and not some other country. One remark at the background here is that Belarus and Belarusian society have been repeatedly described as indifferent. And then there is also some research evidence that Belarus or Belarusians are among the least emotional people on earth, judging from different surveys. And my argument is that abstaining from doing emotions that is quite often referred to as passive or as a decision to stay passive can also be viewed as a result of a structural penalty on caring in Belarusian society, a penalty that is reproduced in this society from one crisis to another. So it is just, no one can forbid you to feel, but it is very expensive in different ways to do feeling and do emotions in Belarusian context and in Belarusian society. And there is also like a bit of urban folklore. There is an excerpt from a late 90s television commercial for mental health services, which uses the phrase "агульная млявость або яковість до життя," which is general lethargy and indifference to life. Yeah, so this popular catchphrase can be relocated within the context of repeated politically motivated dispossessions of Belarusians, while transaction cost of practicing emotions is particularly high. And I don't know how much minutes I have, because I probably have to skip this slide. This 5 minutes, okay, 8. Oh, that's good. But still very shortly. I'm talking about activists and civic society and so on, but I'm using the emic terms from Belarusian perspective, and this could be quite different from how it is described in the West. And in particular, this discrepancy was very visible in 2020, when, for instance, left intellectuals were writing about the protests in Belarus as liberal ones, capitalist ones, and also as those that are led by NGOs. I have published an essay on how what is described as NGO work is very different in Belarusian context, and how many things written about NGOization do not work also in Belarusian context. Because quite often it is activity which is more of an investment than a source of income. It also involves a lot of risk, and it also involves a lot of burning. Like one has to feel a lot, one has to have strong emotions and do them, practice them in order to remain activist in Belarusian context. Here is the slide about what did it cost to people to practice emotions and how they were losing different forms of capital. But before we go to that slide, I just want to show you this one. And I'm sorry I didn't manage, like I hadn't time to translate it from Belarusian and Russian into English, but I will rephrase what's written here. So I'm using here materials from project Moja Migracja, which is available on Instagram as a collection of stories. So there are dozens of stories, mostly by women, but also by men. And people are telling about circumstances of how they departed from Belarus, could they plan or they did not, and what was after that. And for my analysis, I was focusing in particular on planning of departure, and it is a very visible thing that the departure is usually not planned at all. So the citation here below says, I left Belarus in 2021 very spontaneously. Me and my partner, we were on a concert near Grodno city. I got a telephone call and I was told that I had to leave the country. So I came to Minsk, I packed my things and I went to Ukraine via Russia. And in Ukraine, I was till the end, till December of 2023. I hoped, and it's very common trope here, I hoped that I'm leaving for 2 months maximum. So I had only one backpack of things with me. That you can hear from many migrants, like living with one backpack. And now I have a criminal case against me, open against me. And of course, the experience of loss cannot always be described only via lists of things. Although I work with this list of things and I ask people to do list of things and I do this list myself. These experiences of loss, they're much more complex, and I will now translate the citation above. And that's experience of Irina, a journalist who had to leave because the media where she worked was declared extremist, which meant direct risk of imprisonment for her. And she tells that especially difficult was the last year during which my husband was ill and then he died and he was in Belarus and I was not able, it was impossible for me to go to his funerals. And after 1 more year, just I got a feeling of an ultimate full loss. Everything that I had just fallen away. And she tells about her hair because she has an oncologic diagnosis, but also about отвалилась родина, so about the feeling of lost patria, motherland. And then also her apartment was arrested. There's this very complex experience of loss where we can see material loss and social loss, loss of job and connection. She also mentions experience of financial loss, which many people mention, because first of all, many assets remain unavailable for those who left. And also there are restrictions on transactions with property for Belarusians abroad, like any power of attorney that is issued outside Belarus is non-valid within Belarus, which means you cannot sell an apartment, rent out an apartment, sell a car, and do many other things. You cannot get married, which in many cases also means loss. And what's important that there is also emotional loss, which prevents many people from finding the job in the same domain. And of course, there is structural shrinkage of this sphere. Now it's just less money in NGO sector, for instance, but also in journalism and in education, the spheres defunded. But also many people feel so burned out or so traumatized that they opt out for other more commercial and less value-driven domains. And all of this are viewed against the background of those who did not emotions, which doesn't mean they did not feel anything during protests or start of the war or repressions, but they just did not do them publicly. And the contrast is that they could be living at home, sometimes possessing EU citizenship, just those who did not make it back to Belarus after finishing their PhD or MA. They could also manage their property during their visits of Belarus, and they can see their parents and friends. And then I'm concluding this presentation with just a few very preliminary elaborations on how this is gendered. The first idea is not mine, it is idea of Sonia Alvarez, who writes about how often movement work in NGOs is neglected and how this work is feminized. It is feminist and female. But if we look at Belarusian context, then we will see, for instance, many families where civic engagement is viewed as a form of additional activity and expenditure. And it is sometimes assigned to family budget with men employed at an usual job, for instance, in IT sector, with a regular income. And then, of course, the prestige of doing anything that could be qualified as a value-driven work, in particular NGO work, is lower. From these narratives, we also see that there is this feminized and women's experience of migration with children. Many families have to depart, taking their children too, and it's usually women who take care of them. There are also different stories, but they're in visible minority. If we look at Olga Sparaga's thesis about female face of the 2020s protests and what she calls revolution in progress, we can actually contrast it to how anti-war resistance in Belarus, if ever mentioned at all, is usually portrayed with a male face, because we would read about Kalinowski Regiment, about different Belarusian warriors in Ukraine, or we would read about partisans. Then the landscape of grassroots initiatives that are still there in Belarus and which are mostly done by women remains very much invisible. And I'm referring here to an unpublished research, to the best of my knowledge, by Yana, who did a survey just about this non-institutionalized and non-paid civic engagement and activism in Belarus. And I think this is where I stop.
Much for the introduction and this opportunity, and unfortunately again a bit weird to be online and do not be able to see you, but in any case I hope like I'm looking for the discussion after, and I start and first I want to So, and first, I want to say a few words about the project I'm involved in generally, because my paper today is a part of this project, collective project, and you see the title, Protecting Academia at Risk Towards a New Policy Agenda for a Thriving Culture of Higher Education in Europe, and the project is implemented by 4 universities in Erfurt, London, Bucharest, and Vienna. And the main goal is to explore the conditions for displaced scholars who had to leave their home country and adapt to new host universities. And my contribution to this project focuses particularly on the experience of displaced female scholars with at-risk identification. And the primary sources, so I work with my 2 colleagues, so we are 3 of us. We conduct interviews with displaced scholars, and so at the moment we conducted about 80 interviews in Ukrainian, Belarusian, Russian, English, German, and Romania. So mainly we speak with the displaced scholars from Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, and you see the countries where they are at the moment. And the main corpus is with displaced scholars. So but then we realized that in order to get like a broader picture, we should conduct also interviews with hosts. So with those persons from university who of different scholars at risk programs. So maybe you know that there are plenty of this kind of programs. And this number, about 10, with hosts, shows that they were not our target group. The idea to conduct interviews, what I said, just to expand perspectives on the experience of displaced academics and to understand their needs, as well as how they articulate those needs to the host. And when I started speaking with hosts, I expected them to focus on their work and experience with displaced academics. However, unexpectedly, almost everyone mentioned the emotional aspect of their duty and the experience of supporting displaced academics. The notion of care, particularly regarding self-care and trauma, were mentioned several times. I realized that the emotional labor of hosts is often overlooked in discussions about displaced academics. Typically, the feelings and experiences of displaced academics and scholars at risk are considered, while the role and contribution of hosts in supporting displaced scholars remain invisible, even though they are really key agents in the process of support and integrations. And today I will focus on the psycho-emotional state of hosts. My paper aims to understand the role of hosts' emotions in supporting displaced academics, asking whether these emotions are included in the academic practices that contribute, quote, to producing and challenging an increasingly normalized neoliberal academy, unquote, from Askins and Blaszek, 2017. Western universities and academia generally are often considered as industries where emotions are commercialized, and I will develop it a bit later. And my question is whether the emotions of hosts are also commercialized through these scholars at risk programs. How is the emotional vulnerability of hosts displayed and linked with emotions? Taking into account the critique of the commodification of emotion in academia, I will argue that in the context of relations between displaced academics, hosts, and scholars at risk programs, the emotions of hosts can be transformed into resources to escape the consumer logic of capitalism. So, and I think that a lot of was said around the theory on emotional labor. Just again, several maybe a basic point on emotional labor from Hochschild and other scholars about the role of gender dimension and so on. And I say a few words about emotions in academia as a also huge topic for research. So apparently emotional labor is a part of contemporary Western academia, even though, as Brandy Lowlands notes, it is, quote, not a part of academic professionalism and training, unquote. The scholar asks, quote, within the context of academia, who is expected to undertake emotional labor? Moreover, where do this expectation come from? Unquote. And typically, emotional labor within academia is a gendered concept that highlights inequality in working conditions and the invisible aspect of being as a female academic, and a lot of research on this. But at the same time, it is more visible level, and we can also say that the emergent scholars or the scholars with migrant background and other contexts of discrimination. So these scholars are also expected to take these mainly unpaid emotional labor. And as Brandy Lowlands explores, quote, the evolution of emotional labor, unquote, in academia, asking, how did we become caretakers, guides, grief counsels, and life coaches in the neoliberal expansion of academia? A question arises regarding whether the hosts were aware of this aspect of the work and duties. Is their choice, or did it come unexpectedly as an additional responsibility for which they were unprepared? But who are they? Hosts, yeah? Usually they're middle-aged individuals in high academic position, often holding professorship. So hosts initiate different kind of support or even particular programs for displaced scholars. It's usually a voluntary service that might be a reason of burnout and exhaustion. I will develop later. They spread the information, help in writing application or initiate scholarship for particular scholars, individual mentoring, help with the language, emotional and psychological support, care work, human support, quote, talking to people, explaining things, supporting emotionally, unquote. And for me, it was also interesting that every with whom I spoke mentioned this emotional labor and care as a part of their duty as hosts. So why are they doing this? Among reasons, they mention the feeling of solidarity, shared humanity, the idea of academic freedom and academic citizenship, private reason, for example, family connection with this culture and society, cultural belonging, diaspora, moral obligation, what it's simply part of my personality. Usually they do not refer to private family reason directly. I should know the background to understand the connection. For example, one scholar just later mentioned the same project of her parents who supported people from the region where she now works. Yeah, and these culture ties turn into a family story. But as mentioned, they do not, they do not create this link on their own. Concepts such as solidarity, shared humanity, community, and an understanding of academia as a collective endeavor are primary. That is why I place scholar activism at the center. Sometimes particular events, such, for example, the protest demonstration and then the violent suppression in Belarus in 2020, the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine in 2022, or ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh provoke their involvement. Andrei says, quote, I was reading all kinds of stories about students being arrested and dismissed from their university, about academics being arrested and displaced and dismissed from the universities. And I started looking into how we can help, unquote. At other times, they were generally involved in these actions, so when specific events occurred, they were already on duty. Therefore, the affect plays a role, but in a specific way that is not linked to an instant, sudden decision. This is why I suppose even if the hosts are emotionally burnt out, they take responsibility for being involved in this. As was mentioned, emotional human support is part of host duties and they're aware of it. Felix, quote, some kinds of care work you have to do and which is invisible and not part of the overall calculation, let's say, but it's important for colleagues at risk, but also for myself, like giving me the opportunity to show my understanding of academia as a safe space, or, as a job, as a space which can be used as a safe space for colleagues. But the question is, who takes care of them? And actually, nobody. And as I said earlier, so generally their duties and their role are overlooked. And you see like these dynamics of emotion they experience, from inspiration, enthusiasm, joy, belief, confidence, to anger, disappointment, helplessness, guilt, frustration, exhaustion, twinges of conscience. Felix, quote, I'm really tired, like I underestimate the amount of energy need to make this over, without having a break, or like for years and years. The lesson is that in order to care about scholars at risk, you have to care about yourself in the test place, like in the aeroplane with the oxygen mask. It's quite hard to make this work and it costs a lot of energy. And this notion of anger, I feel quite important because actually one of them mentioned this anger like in the context before he started this duty. For example, anger, I was quite angry when my colleagues were not so engaged, involved in this duty before, but then I realized I understood them. But however, like I propose to see this dynamics of emotion, not in a linear way, yeah, but like a circle. That mean that exhaustion is not the end, but it's a really like a circle of different kind of emotion, and after the exhaustion, maybe inspiration will come. And here, thank you, Andrei, Vazyanau, for your like introduction or this the development of indifference, because I think that it's also productive to think about this binary like involvement and indifference as a part of this circle, but not in terms of to be burnt out and stop, but like to be prepared for this new circle. And I want to shift here to the concepts of scholar activism I mentioned earlier, in particular situated solidarity, which is regarded as a strategy for knowledge production and support for marginalized group. I believe it is beneficial to apply this concept to the relationship between scholars in privileged position who serve as hosts and scholars from peripheral societies. Often hosts know that the role is to help displaced academics maintain their scholarly identity rather than allowing them to become mere refugees. Yana states, quote, "It is a commitment where you really sacrifice a lot of your private and personal life for that life," unquote. However, despite Western academia as neoliberal institution being criticized for the same exploitation of emotions, I argue that the emotional labor provided by hosts is much more complicated and encompasses more levels and invisible dimension. In contrast to, for instance, the position of managers in Scholars at Risk programs, the relations between hosts and displaced scholars are based not on a job, but on empathy and shared humanity that transcend the logic of neoliberal capitalism. One might say that empathy and shared humanity could also be commercialized, and this may be true, as with love, for example. However, I argue that it is these feelings which are linked with empathy and solidarity and shared humanity that mediate relations between neoliberal capitalism, which is embodied actually into this Scholars at Risk program, like management and so on, and displaced scholars, which are considered often as products, yeah? And you see, like, the position of hosts is very specific in this relation. So this emotional dimension remains non-capitalized. This tension is particularly obvious when, for example, I conduct interview with the person who is simultaneously, so she runs as a manager of one program for support scholars at risk, but at the same time she is a host. And so the shift between two narratives, like these two roles, was evident, and moving from the official stance to the emotional perspective as a host, including references to personal commitment. In this sense, emotions should be considered not in terms of exploitation, but as the necessary resources shaping what we can call a situated solidarity. This situated solidarity can also be regarded as epistemic solidarity, because referring to feminist scholars, particularly Sandra Harding, the field of knowledge, what we know and how we know, is also shaped by our emotional lives. And I stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Anna. I couldn't have done it better in introducing myself, but yes, I have experience in journalism and a background in media and communications, and now I'm a master's student at Gender Studies program at EHU. So yeah, I do have a blend of experience in intersections of media and gender, and this is something that I want to talk to you about today. So my topic is rage baiting. Let's dive into it. I don't know how many of you actually know what rage baiting is. Probably you've heard this term around. Basically, it's an extension of what we know as clickbait. Clickbait is kind of a manipulation of users to engage with content through deception or manipulative headlines. And rage bait is basically a content that's created specifically to enrage audiences, to make them angry. And as we've talked in different panels in this conference, rage is an emotion that represents capital. in today's social media interactions. So it's a currency. And that's why rage bait is becoming very popular, because influencers and bloggers start to understand that making people angry actually brings more views and likes than posting positive content. And so I arrived to, why does it actually work? Research tells us that negative content actually is shared way more than positive content. And moreover, it has more potential to get viral. The stronger the emotion, the higher this potential. So for example, if you just make people annoyed, it's less likely to be viral than you make people like truly enraged. But I think it's important to remember about the gendered angle of these mechanisms, because women face way more hate online than men. And the types of hate that women face are more diverse than those experienced by men. So there's always this gendered dynamic that we should be aware of. And I think the rage bait phenomenon really illustrates this well. So my research questions were, how does rage bait content contribute to reproduction and subversion of misogynistic discourses on social media? And why is rage bait successful in reaching audiences and boosting engagement? The research problem is this. It's a very new phenomenon, and it hasn't been studied at all in research. And I thought that engaging qualitative research would give us more insight into why and how this works exactly. And so I tried to focus on the video content on Instagram specifically that used rage bait to attract engagement. Briefly, very briefly, about my theoretical framework. As you can see, like, I tried to illustrate it with a small triangle where rage bait and gender is at the center. I think it's a very complex phenomenon because it has a lot of components to it. So I thought it's good to analyze it kind of on the intersection of three different directions of theoretical frameworks. The first one being media theory, that helps us to answer questions why and how people interact with certain content and why people use different types of media, content and media platforms. The second one is obviously economic theories like informational capitalism and emotional capitalism that helps to answer the question who benefits from it and why exactly influencers try to create content that is being rewarded by platforms with greater outreach and greater engagement, and as a result, how they get audience boost and partnerships and advertising. So there's always a financial benefit from both the influencers themselves and their platforms. And finally, obviously, since we're investigating the gender component, there is feminist theories, and specifically theories of misogyny and gender norms that we should be aware of. Also briefly about my methodology, as I mentioned, I used Instagram Reels as the main source of data. I tried to focus on very recent time frames, so 2024, 2025, because obviously, as I mentioned also, it's a recent phenomenon. And I thought it would be good to mix thematic and discourse analysis to investigate both the linguistic patterns and the thematic patterns. And as you can see, these are a couple of examples of what I mean when I talk about rage bait, and specifically gendered rage bait. I obviously focused on female content creators to see how they exploit certain gender stereotypes and gendered beliefs to boost engagement. So one is, as you can see, both of them have like millions of views. The first one is the girl who tries to steal your boyfriend. The second one is a pick-me girl. A pick-me girl is a woman who tries to attract as much male attention as she can, often at the expense of other women. So does rage bait actually work? From what I can see, the short answer is yes. There are a lot of accounts that are focused exclusively on rage bait content. So all they do is create videos consistently to invoke feelings of anger and rage in users. Other accounts have a mix of rage bait and non-rage bait content. And this is an example. This is one blogger. I think she has around 300,000 subscribers on Instagram, more on TikTok, but because my focus was Instagram, here we are. And these two videos were posted consecutively on 29th and 30th of April. And as you can see, the rage bait one, where she says that I'm so beautiful, people are like so conscious to talk to me and it's amusing, has 1.3 million views. And the next day, the video where she just reviews some candy only has like a bit over 200,000 views. So analyzing kind of themes and representations of women and how women are portrayed in rage bait, I found an overwhelming number of different characteristics used by bloggers to make users hate women. And these, in my view, these are astonishing because they are sometimes so random, they make no sense, but still, here we have unhinged mother, pick-me girl, random girl, what does it even mean? Mean girl, American girl, popular school girl, 20-year-old CEO, all of these are actually citations, so they're like, as they are in the video, I put them here. Straight woman who is desperate to be a part of queer culture. So the question arises, what can a woman do to not be hated? I also analyzed language. It is a bit difficult, to be honest, to analyze language in such a diversity of content because, as you've seen from the previous slide, there are so many topics that bloggers engage with, but there's often a gendered component. There are a lot of mentions of gender, like girl, female, boys. A lot of videos use this contrast, girls versus boys. So girls don't like me. I'm not like other girls. I'm the one who engages with boys. Boys understand me better. So once again, kind of emphasizing the impact of gender on social interactions. These are also present in hashtags. Not all the videos have hashtags, but the ones that have also have gendered mentioned, like that girl, specifically this one is very prevalent. Pick me girl, that one girl, one of the boys, not like other girls. Once again, emphasizing the same divide. Also briefly about key themes, some of them we've seen in the previous slide, but what are women hated for? Asking for male attention, betrayal, which is, I guess, fair. So there's a girl who tries to embarrass you, girls who tries to steal your boyfriend, all these behaviors that are not like, that are in direct opposition to other women. There is also an element of passive aggression or humiliation, attempts to humiliate another woman or other people. Sometimes these characters are rude or delusional. By delusional, this is a general term, but sometimes it's referred to women who think they are beautiful, who think they are young, who think they are small-sized. So once again, anything positive that a woman thinks about herself can also be a subject of rage bait. Tactics. Also, one of them is a point of view. There's a lot of content that says like POV, as you can see, the one on the right. So it kind of breaks the fourth wall, and it as if invites the user into the frame. So the user has can almost experience that this character that they hate is talking directly to them and interacts with them in some way. There are mannerisms and voice alterations, which are also found very much gendered. There's always this high-pitched, unpleasant female voice that bloggers use to portray characters that users are supposed to hate. Mannerisms, these can be like eye rolls, chewing gum, also something that we tend to associate with negative female characters. Stereotypical looks, especially the one on the left, that reads, I'm walking to my son's prom to show that I'm gonna be better than other females there, which is, and like wearing leather shorts and very open top, highly inappropriate for a mother who goes to her son's prom, clearly rage bait, but also once again highlighting these stereotypes about women and how women behave. And also one other tactic is off-screen characters. So the characters on the screen often talk to someone outside of the frame, like talking to the boys or talking to someone's boyfriend. This is how they can portray that they're flirting with someone or being negative about someone. So there's an extra layer of range that they can use to interact and to show how this character behaves. Another interesting part of this analysis is what comments actually tell us. I generally divided the comments into 3 groups. So the first one is anger and rage. Obviously, as we can see, this is exactly fulfilling the purpose of these videos. So we can see sometimes they get very aggressive. I included a couple of very extreme ones, like I need a gun, or like I really want to punch her, and these kind of like showing how the extent of anger that this content can trigger. However, another one that I found very interesting is actually enjoyment. So when we think about rage bait, and when I read a lot of like analytics about rage bait, a lot of people say that it's manipulative, that users are drawn into this negative emotion and that they are forced to experience it. But this group of comments actually shows to us that users truly enjoy this type of content sometimes. So they say thank you to the bloggers that made them especially angry. And they follow these bloggers especially to get triggered and to feel the rage. And so you can see some of them are saying like, that's amazing, I hate it, I hate this so much, and I'm enjoying this so much, excruciating watch, thank you. So it shows to us that users are aware of being provoked to feel anger, and they are up for it, they enjoy it. And the final group of comments, which I also found, is resistance. So there's also a direction in which users start seeing that this type of comment is actually misogynistic, and they criticize bloggers for it, which reveals another layer of reactions. And because users highlight the fact that these bloggers only make fun of women, and that they actually promote the gender stereotypes. So my conclusions are that rage bait actually does lead to engagement. And users actually explicitly acknowledge being happy about being angry. So I think this is very interesting and something that we can explore in the future research. However, I think rage bait content still promotes policing of women behaviors, as well as legitimizes hatred. And one final remark that I want to say is that whenever we feel we've made progress in certain activism in promoting gender equality, I think we should look to social media to see how this actually works, because social media gives us an immediate picture of what people think and what people are not afraid to express through content or through comments. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you so much.
I should warn that it turned out this night that I have a little bit much on the table, so I will rush through the first part because this is a boring part, and to touch upon the second part where a little bit fun will, I guess, begin. So yeah, my topic is about, thanks for introducing, about seeking women's place into a democratic media agenda. Что я тыкаю тут? Вот это вот. Ага, вот так. О, дякую. Yes, and in particular, I focus on popular YouTube talk shows and look at those discussion spaces as both spaces where gendered imposition and group identities along the gender axis are being constructed, and a site of discursive and ideological struggle, in my case, between pro and anti-feminist discourse. First of all, as the struggle over signification, over the access to speech and the right to speak from the equal position in language. So those are questions that motivated me, and to answer which I focused in the second part on discourse analysis. There I analyze episodes of the shows, those ones concerning gender issues, as clear examples of this struggle unfolding. And in the quantitative analysis part, I actually analyze all the issues that are there in my data set. So basically, what I aimed for was to map and analyze various strategies of this contestation over the right to signify as a foundational step toward reclaiming women's political subjectivity, towards being positioned as equal, to analyze how this struggle unfolds, how power is distributed, and what position to women does it construct, what opportunities are there for feminist resistance. However, in order to understand the conditions under which such contestation is even possible, first I needed to assess the physical presence, the visibility of women in those talk shows. So to approach this, I rely on both quantitative and qualitative methods. And first I will present the first ones. This is the issues, the programs that I'm speaking about. Those are my analyzed for talk shows, and the criteria of why those and not others. The political agenda as one of the criteria here serves as the assumption, which is to be checked. The political talk is a domain still traditionally framed as a domain of masculine authority and expertise, where women are often symbolically excluded or positioned as the objects of care, paternalistic care. And thus attempts of feminist intervention into this men club can be marginalized in some ways. There are criteria for the speech acts I choose, analyzing those particular issues related to gender-related topics. And those are my the concept that were very useful to develop an analytical framework, and based on the data collected, also to develop a provisional typology classification of discursive strategies which present themselves in those discourses. So shortly on the figures, because as much as I don't like figures part, in this case I really needed this because gender balance can be seen as both a condition for including women's perspective in the conversation and as an indicator of whether the discussion space can serve as a safe space for performing this agency. And of course, when we speak of position within the discursive field, we must also include intersectional approach, intersectional lens, and categories such as class, media presence, reputational, and other symbolic capitals alongside gender lines. So this slide presents a comparison of gender representation across the 4 talk shows. The left column, shows the share of issues with at least one woman involved in the conversation versus those issues with men-only discussions. And the right one shows the overall distribution of female and male guests in the shows. Based on this data, the most positive results showing the show I Don't Like It Too. I should mention that like a spoiler alert, I Don't Like It Too is the best in any other indices whatsoever. And in terms of safer space, in terms of more democratic tone of voice within the conversation. This was my impression on this. The lowest level here is the political debate show on Euroradio, which is partly actually explainable by that it's strictly political format, which show this traditionally assigned field to men authority figure. The next slide presents the gender equality indices, different kinds of distribution here, and a couple of notes. I should mention that the hosts are nowhere included in the calculation. So if we include the figures of hosts, this would reflect. And this was actually reflect more positively to already positive or I don't like it too, and negatively to already negative Euroradio debates. So and the number of guests should also be taken into account because it varies in each show. Euroradio 2 people all the time, somewhere 2 to 4, 2 to 5 guests, and for example, let's hash it out with Halezin, normally features 2 to 4 guests, but recently has shifted more often towards one-on-one conversation, which means this yellow stuff with 100% female presence is most of the time due to the woman being one and only guest in the episode. In the bottom part, this can also be the case with 100 male presence, but not as often a case. So taking this into account, I would still give I don't know, my smiles to I don't like it too. The next one shows that situation worsens significantly, I would say, when we isolate episodes with strictly political content, excluding topics like social issues, economics, culture, gender-related topics as well in this case, because those are the ones where women will appear with higher probability. And under this narrowed focus, still, I don't like it too leads. Of course, Ordinary Morning shows the worst results with only 11.3% of political discussions involving women as an expert, and 13.3% where gender parity was achieved in Euroradio debates. And the last one slightly briefly illustrates the relationship between the themes of discussion and the presence of female speakers there. And these figures should be viewed only with consideration to the general orientation of each show, because, for example, if Euroradio debates being strictly political, then Let's Hash It Out with Halezin tends towards less political and more cultural and social topics. So that explains these figures. Unfortunately, they also reflect that women are more visible in discussions that conform to traditional patriarchal gender expectations, and less visible in explicitly political debates, which we saw on the previous slide. Overall, the data suggests that the field of political discourse, in that field, women still frequently remain invisible, and this challenges the claims which actually present themselves somehow implicitly or explicitly in those very shows mentioned, that gender parity could be achieved already, or that gender inequality is no longer a relevant problem for Belarusian community, for our society. So I would say the numbers challenge that claim. So yeah, to the fun part. For the purposes of the analysis and based strictly on my examples that I identified, I've developed this provisional typology, classification of discursive contestation strategies, and structured the field to 3 conditional levels. At the first is the most essential level, is the struggle for the right to speak itself, where reclaiming such right becomes a foundational act of feminist resistance and the core condition for further performance. The second level is also all-encompassing broad strategy, which is performing actually the reclaimed right to signify towards some framing of community. This strategy is described, for example, by Van Dijk as in-group, out-group polarization, strategy in ideological contestation, and in this case we can speak of ideological contestation between pro and anti-feminist ideas. It also aligns with the works of Sarah Ahmed and with the othering concept of hers, which plays part in constructing community boundaries as well. And by this strategy, actually, feminists are often positioned as those constitutive outside in terms of Butler, as those outsiders who somehow threaten the normative order or the constructed we of community. And the third level here is the one with particularities, so how the struggle is unfolding, with what techniques. There I combine examples of particular strategies mapped, and I will present them shortly, but before I would like to give a couple of examples of the first two. I am very sorry for not translating those, but I will mention the my favorite parts of it. So here we can see two examples of subject inauguration into speech, or what Judith Butler calls the interpellative power of language. So the act of naming the subject into being in language. In the first case, we see the introductory part of Let's Hash It Out with Holesin. They are both Let's Hash It Out with Holesin. In this one, the stated topic of discussion is Belarusian women. It's the topic. Yet the following conversation is conducted by, of course, two men with no women whatsoever involved. So from the very start, the conversation is initially predisposed or develops towards objectifying women and endowing them with certain qualities by two masculine subjects of language. And here the figure of woman is inaugurated in this space as a mythologized symbolic object, something to be honored of, like a possession, I don't know. And the male figure, of course, assumes and exercises the position of the one who owns the prior right to signify. The second case is a different one, because here we can see how symbolic violence occurs not through harmful or objectifying naming, but through silence, which allows women to remain invisible despite the fact that she is formally present in the discussion. Here, the stated topic of a conversation is whether to have or not to have children. And the only woman in three-party conversation, Julia, is not being addressed there directly for around 20 minutes of discussion of the topic of whether to have or not to have children. Here we see the first direct address towards her. It sounds like, Julia, so you've listened to the wise man. What do you think now? So until that very moment, she contributes to the discussion with something like, aha, I agree, of course, something like that, laughter, which is still not pretty much equal performance. And the conversation includes female party, of course, nominally, but excludes a figure of woman from the speech, from the conversation of whether to or not to have children, which is decided by two masculine subjects with the primary access to this resource. Another good example here is, in this case, act of signifying the object of conversation, not the subject, or the contestation over what and by whom can be named as a legitimate problem. It often develops with such constructions like it's important, it's not important, it's relevant, irrelevant, etc. And those statements are actually harmless, can be harmless, but when they are made from a position of power, from a position of knowledge rather than opinion, the male speaker again exercises the primary right to signify, positioning himself as the somehow arbiter of what is meaningful and what is not meaningful, and the woman raising the issue is relegated to the position from which her issues, her speech should be first validated by the male subject. The irony is in the third one is the little one, but it's my favorite, because this is actually the news part of the ordinary morning, where two co-hosts discussing news, each one presents some news or another. And in this situation, Marina was presenting the news about Davos event, political, and Konstantin claimed that it is absolutely important. What you said is absolutely important. What I am gonna say next, the news I am presenting, is what really is important. The news which really is important here, and this is no irony at all, they really are really important, is the news of the trial of Lisa's murderer. It's the case, all of Belarusians, I guess, know. Last year, a girl named Lisa was brutally raped and killed in the center of Warsaw city. And the trial is going on, I guess, where it already ended, I'm sorry. So this is actually important news. And this situation, this case sparked in Belarusian community this big debates and public conversation about gender-based violence. This sparked the posts under the hashtag Stop Raping, and actually all of the issues there in those 4 shows which discuss the gender-based violence as an issue are linked to that case. So if it's not for that case, no discussion it could be the case that no discussions on gender-based violence are even there. So ironic part here is that after claiming that this is what really important, in that same conversation and in that same issue, Konstantin later marginalizes the broader issue of gender-based violence in the same discussion, while decoupling it, like delinking it from the particular problem of this particular case. 3 minutes? Okay, so I go somewhere, I don't know, here, for example. Here is the repertoire of particularities of the 3rd level strategies. This is actually the part I wish I could tell you all the data I've collected. There's a lot of gossip, but unfortunately this is not a gossip but serious discussions in serious YouTube shows. I cannot because unfortunately again we're short of time. So here, by mapping particular examples, I developed this repertoire of strategies. Some concepts are referenced in academic researches. On some I thought I could have some fun and name them myself, perform some power of language myself. And here I should note right away that this is not universal, neither exhaustive, but it reflects the examples I was analyzing. The first 8 here are those mostly serving to the reproduction or hiding patriarchal order. The next 3 are the ones present in the feminist contestation side, and the 12th can be used by either side to reduce responsibility for what is being said after. The most bright example would be I'm not sexist, but that example was not there in the shows I've analyzed. The funny examples I've found is different actually situation where people say, well, I'm a feminist myself, but, or, well, yeah, I agree, and gender equality is of course the thing we're all striving for, but. And another thing I should mention, that those are all, and it should be already seen by the names, that those are all closely interconnected. They reinforce each other, mutually support each other, and work in an interplay. So that means they could not be seen in isolation, but I think combinedly analyzed. Що там, 1 minute? It's all yours. Okay, so I wanted to mention one more thing, that analyzing these examples, I will just place some of that. Or, for example, can identify a certain common ground, a certain consensus. Speaking of I'm a feminist, but there can be found a certain common ground in the case of appropriating feminist discourse, where both sides often present themselves as aligned with those values, because gender-based violence is, of course, a bad thing, and gender equality is, of course, a good thing. The difference presents itself in whether gender inequality is framed as a structural problem, as a particular personal problem and not structural, or even as not relevant issue anymore, although somewhere previously it was. The difference is also in who is claimed to be the victim and who is claimed to be the perpetrator, because the line is very thin in the conversations there, and how feminist discourse is appropriated either to support or marginalize one or another position, and how is it mobilized in construction gendered group identities. And for that difference, really useful lens is offered by Lili Chuliaraki. I don't know whether and Macrobi. So I guess that's it. I have this slide as conclusion. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the organizer, for the opportunity to talk about this work today. And especially in a so diversity event that we have a lot of perspectives, so it's very inspiring. This presentation today is part of my research project. It's a Marie Curie research project named Thelma. Thelma is a research project about the fintech industry, mostly focused on users' experiences. So our focus is how women are experiencing using this kind of technologies. And when I'm talking about fintech in this context, in Thelma context, I'm talking about menstruation apps, track period apps, fertility apps. And another important information is that all the time I will say women, but this is an inclusive project. So it is just to make the speech a little bit shorter, and also to highlight some power imbalances that women face around the time. Yesterday, I had a good surprise with Lilia's speech, because she already made the connection between gender, technology, and capitalism. So today I will not so focus too much on this part of my presentation. I try to focus more on how women are experiencing this kind of body commodification by the fintech industry. So let's start it.
Done?
Okay. So I divide the presentation in these three main topics. The first one is the value of human capital. Is basically what we listened yesterday. Later, trying to connect women's body and emotions as a business, because fintech is a business. And the last topic is about the side effects of algorithm body knowledge. And to be honest, this for me is the most important part today. So for explaining this kind of commodifications through fintech apps, I'm using Foucault theories, because his theory about biopolitics will be useful in two ways. The first, to explain how bodies, the commodification of bodies, the economic value of our bodies, but also biopolitics talks about control, self-surveillances. And this is what is happening with a lot of women that are using this kind of applications. So in this sense, biopolitics will be the main, I think, was muted, it's okay. So what we are seeing with this kind of industry, the effects that it is the commodification of experiences. Using these apps, women are somehow in a Fordist way of thinking their bodies and their menstruation health. So the commodification of experiences is moving into even more intimate spheres of life, as encouraged and furthered by managed and market industries. We see under capital today an intensification of attempts to consciously manipulated experiences. And it is a business. It is a growth business that is basically more than $100 billion.
in the next years. It is growing happily and without any kind of regulation or any kind of debate. Inclusive, UNICEF is trying to give some funding for fintech, and this means that they want to funding technologies not just for women, but also for teenagers and children. So in the next years, we are also not just women using this kind of apps that's not regulated, that not so much debate about this, but also teenagers and children. So according to the UNICEF, investing in fintech is essential to strengthen economies. This initiative by the UNICEF Venture Fund offers a fantastic opportunity to bridge the funding gap for game-change tech solutions from developing countries, and we hope to energize and inspire investors to see the potential of fintech in these markets. Our team is taking bold steps to capitalize a movement that could be a seismic shift across economies. But the main problem is not the industry itself. It is how these industries have been grown up. Because according to these news papers, and according to the scientific community as well, there is a gender gap in the fintech industry. So it is an industry shaped and designed for women, but not necessarily by women. And what this means, that we have a lot of structural gender inequalities inherent in the industry itself. And because of this, we will have and experiencing some side effects, because the gender aspect that should be embraced in the technology is not there. And this will bring some kind of debates, including the fact that women are not aware of this kind of apps and this kind of industries means. At some point, it is important because through this technology, we have trying to fill up some gaps in clinical trials on women's health and etc. But we also need to talk about how women are experiencing using this technology. My embodied experiences are quantified, judged, and shaped by the expert knowledge of the app's algorithm. The bar for reaching optimal health is placed increasingly and unattainably high, as my body is the project that I must constantly work and improve. This is basic biopolitics, self-surveillance, self-control. Crucially, these body projects are further intervened with the labor of producing data for digital media industry that generates profit in the advertising marketplace. Through self-tracking attack, I commodify and reproduce my paradoxically think, emotionally balanced, hormonally managed, sex and sexually available, caring, docile, and domestic self for both the machine gaze and the male gaze. Basically, what we have is the self-surveillance of our bodies. This is the main advertisement from this kind of technologies. You'll be empowered, knowing how your body is, knowing how when you become, when your period restarted, when you ovulated. But the problem is that people are seeing and experiencing this in a more self-controlled way, in trying to perform a very standardized way of being women. And also another problem that we have in this kind of industry, that is the lack of diversity, the lack of intersectionality, the lack of understanding that women are different. Not everyone have a 24 or 28 cycle, so most of us could have irregular cycles. But this kind of applications is not developed to understand this. And why they are not developed to understand this? Because us women that know about this kind of issues are not the main part of this industry. So here I bring some side effects of the algorithmic body knowledge. AIification, but as part of this project, in the future, also have interviews and surveys with end users. And because I'm based in Spain, these interviews and surveys will be with users from Spain to understand how is the experience. But we already have some signs of how this have been working. So with irregular periods, we still rely on these apps for a sense of normalcy instead of seeking medical advices which can delay proper diagnosis. So most of women that have irregular cycles are using this kind of apps, relying on the information that these apps provide, and sometimes avoiding to think about themselves or how their bodies are talking with them. Future have some kind of increasing their problems. Fantech also create an artificial affective space when, for example, encourage users' partners to distract with a passionate kiss in the kitchen if they seem disinterested in sex at any given moment. These kind of applications, you also can share your cycle information with your partner. And when you use this kind of tool, your partner will receive information about your period. So in this context, if you are not so engaged in sexual intercourse, the app could advise your partner to surprise you with a kiss in the kitchen and somehow provoke some kind of artificial affective emotions. Fantech also increases the pressure on women to monitor their bodies and reinforces the idea that they are responsible for healthy childbearing and parenting. Impacts on women's mental health when a woman's data or experiences doesn't match the artificial standard she faces repeatedly microaggressions and feel excluded, emphasizing her failure to meet social expectations through the reinforcement of normative femininity. As I told you, most of these apps calculated the period cycle in 24, 28, and sometimes is not what we have. And this promotes some kind of mental health pressure to not be a normal woman. Also, this kind of menstruation technologies could make women look like healthy even when they are bleeding. So during the menstruation, in a way to increase our productivity in the workplace. So look like healthy, look like not bleeding, to look like more ready for work, more productive. Also, women experiences body alienation by relying more on Fantech app algorithms than their own experiences, feelings, and judgments about their bodies. This reliance is worsened by gender oppressive view that women are woman-driven and unable to understand their own bodies, lead them to trusting Fantech generate knowledge over their own. And today I know that we have a time for questions, but I also want to put some questions for the audience that we can think collectively how to change it, how to make this industry more gender friendly, if you can say so, how to overturn the side effects on women's mental health and menstrual health. Maybe building up a more gender-sensitive Fantech design or having more female representation in the Fantech industry, or maybe raising awarenesses or with end users about the side effects, or maybe introducing some kind of alerts when people are downloading these apps and informing that maybe they could experience those kind of side effects. These are some questions, but I also have more. Yesterday, our colleague was talking about that a lot of these debates regarding the Fantech industry are more related to an abstract. So we are talking about abstract problems. But I'm here today to say that we are now facing concrete problems related to this industry and how this kind of data has been managed. Because these are examples of damage that women can face in their self-esteem, but also we have other problems. For example, the data breach that we are facing nowadays and is already a reality. And in this kind of context, how much cost or how can we measure all this damage that women are facing in this kind of context? Because if we are talking about body commodification, we are talking about a business that is probably a cost, that is probably a value economic measure to do this. And how we can do this, how we can measure this. So it's also another question. So to finish, I want to make some conclusions that to profit from women's body, the fintech industry also seeks to control them, shaping women's bodies, feelings, and emotion to achieve a better economic results, to be more profitable, to be more productive. Women are expected to act, behave, and perform according to specific configurations of social relations and forms of life, to meet market expectations of production, sales, and economic growth, which are based on patriarchal partners, given that the economic and labor fields are still dominated by men. The result is the automation of our body experiences, artificial interactions with our emotions, and the improvement of our bodies for productive beyond just sailing our data body. So thank you. This is the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I think I will show you some slides because I want to do introduction and it take like a few minutes, I think 10. So to not be boring you, I will show you some slides. Hope you see them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you see slides and not see my Word document, yes?
Yes.
Just to clarify. Okay. Okay, I wanted to say that I'm truly honored to participate in this conference and to moderate this closing panel. I was watching discussions online during these 2 days, and I still find it hard to believe that I am a part of these important conversations. And as Antonina said, I am in Ukraine and I'm joining you virtually because I failed to get permission to leave the country due to my status as a man liable for military service in Ukraine. I can't blame the Ukrainian government for these restrictions, although it is true that in the third year of Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Ukrainian government should have come up with something that not only frustrate but somehow enrich an academic and artistic communities. However, what I want to say is that the ones to blame in that are the Russian Federation, the Russian government, and the Russian military. It is their aggression that caused mobilization and border crossing restrictions in my country. So I just remind you about that, and I ask you to be aware about this and to continue to support Ukrainian artists and scholars, especially those who are already in service, by creating, for example, more opportunities for them to come and exchange with you. Because as I feel this, we truly need this kind of interaction, and I think you need it too. Yeah, and what I have mentioned is closely related to the topic we will discuss today. What I mean is the act of moving borders often reshapes the relations between life and death, and borders are often inscribed or rewritten on the bodies of individuals who face the violence of border transformation, and in this process certain technologies are used. In a world where both war and peace are violent modes of operating, art and academia rightly focus on the technologies through which these modes are enacted. Today, the work of artists and academics often focuses on dismantling or appropriation of military technology in the pursuit of justice. Technologies are multiple and they multiply themselves constantly. Societal, economic, geographical, and cultural layers are laced by technology and its mobilized and militarized effects. Technology operates on different scales, leading to deep and long-term consequences. The application of technology varies across different colonial contexts, but what is shared by them, it is the implementation side, the body, both as a target and as a weapon. The modern Russian military demonstrates how technology can manipulate the environment, turning bodies into components of settler colonial infrastructure. Among various technologies, digital infrastructure serves as a crucial foundation for colonial success in occupied territories and in the production of terror along the borders. During cyber war, data centers, energy stations, algorithms, artificial intelligence, and codes exist in their natural environment and function as instruments, both for resistance and for genocide. In many ways, through this infrastructure, the colonial regime tries to determine what bodies feel and how they act. It allows one to tune the body up as a feeling machine. My dear guests, who luckily agreed to participate in this talk, I thank you again, are the ones who gave me that sense of the context and made it transparent for me amidst the fog of war. Their work and their ways of working continued to navigate me even if my body felt desperately knotted by the cables and codes. As artists, besides giving sense and showing the sophisticated disguise of the technology and infrastructure, they are dealing with the reorientation of the affect in aims to subvert technology for the sake of the colonial struggle. How artists understand the function and capacities of body within military and colonial technological chain. What stories do they gather and share to slow down or sabotage imperial expansion? How can we survive the embodying of algorithmic rhythms of the war? These are the questions we will elaborate on in our discussion. And yes, to begin, I will introduce our participants, and then we will hear from them about their practices for 10 to 15 minutes. And next, I will ask them a few questions to begin discussion, and then we will open our panel for questions from the audience. So, who I want to introduce first is collective AIification. They are from Minsk, based in Berlin now, and they are artistic cooperation made up institutions / cybernetic political brigades / poetic computation / hacking unit / queer time. It is neither one of these nor altogether. They are active from 2013, and the group makes software-based project publications, networks, and platforms that critically explore digital labor, value extraction, and community formation. Methods include public action, online interventions, performative seminars, software and hardware hacking, framing environments, and choreographing social situations. They are co-organizers of Work Hard, Play Hard in Minsk from 2016 to 2020, and the Centric Circles Assembly in Warsaw, 2024. The School of Algorithmic Solidarity was initiated by AIification in 2022 to explore the relations between infrastructural time, algorithmic abstractions, and bodies. So, thank you for being here. Next is I can't hear applause, so sorry that I interrupt them. Next is Fantastic Little Splash. It is collective comprised of journalist / artist Lera Malchenko and artist / director Alexander Hans. He is unfortunately we miss him here today. Fantastic Little Splash combines art practice and media studies to research collective imagination and emotions appropriation in technosocial systems. Group works with videos, texts, and interactive game-based tools. Established in 2016 in Ukraine, their projects have been exhibited at events including Transmediale, Postmoma, Blog.tv, Ars Electronica, Art Fair Basel, Construction Festival, SIX, and many others. So thank you, Lera, for joining us. Our next guest is Anna Engelhardt. She writes about herself, quote, Anna Engelhardt is an alias I use as a video artist and writer. My investigative practice follows the traces of material violence, focusing on what could be seen as the ghost of information. The toxic information environments I deal with stem from structures of extraction, occupation, and dispossession. My work has been shown at Transmediale, ICA, Ars Electronica, National Gallery of Art, and many others. It's unquote. And last but not least, we have Mark Sienkiewicz as participant in our panel. And Mark Sienkiewicz is an artist and researcher exploring media infrastructure and power. His work examines how surveillance, logistics, and forensic technologies shape control and governance, producing uncertainty and sustaining constant readiness. Engaging with monstrosity and horror, he traces hidden architectures that mediate perception and conflict. His work has been presented at Transmediale, Steirische Herbst, the BFI London Film Festival, and many others. I'm sorry that I'm cutting your things, but I don't want to make you too stressed by your success here. So I want to invite for presentation Mark and Anna. I hope you can start first.
Could you stop sharing?
Hi, so as you've heard, Losha, can you hear me okay as well?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, cool, because I can't see you now, so just yeah, thank you for being with us today at the very end of this conference. I really appreciate that you stayed to listen to us. And yeah, me and Mark are going to talk very briefly to introduce our practice. We both work with open source investigation methods. So we're just going to talk briefly about several of the projects that we think are going to be connected to the topics that we're discussing later today. So first, I wanted to start with the basics. What is open source intelligence? I don't know how many of you heard that term before, but essentially it's a specific way of working with information that is available online. So it is a way to deduct certain conclusions from the information available online that would not want to be deducted. I'm sorry to Lara, who knows actually more about open source intelligence. Maybe you can refine the definition a bit later. But yeah, the most well-known probably example of open source intelligence is working with satellite data. Satellite images, or you can also look at social media platforms. So you can see this kind of graph. I like it because it has all this different aspects and different forms that open source intelligence can take. It's a very broad term, as you can see. So how we use open source intelligence in our own work, we work with CGI. And we usually work by reconstructing certain environments and events in CGI. So what you can see here is the premise of our film Onset. This image on the left is what used to be a civilian Bashar al-Assad airport in Syria. And what you can see on the right is the state of the airport after it was converted into the Russian military air base in 2014, 2015, when Russia started its military aggression in Syria. So we used those satellite images to reconstruct Russian military bases, so this and similar satellite images, to reconstruct Russian military bases in Syria, Belarus, and Ukraine. And I'm just going to show briefly the trailer of the work. I hope that everything's going to be fine. Let's see. So what you can see, I'm just going to disable the sound. What you can see here is the digital environment of the Russian Khmimim airbase that were constructed from those 2 satellite images that I've shared with, I've showed you. That has been used for the extensive bombings and destruction of both civilian population in Syria and civilian infrastructure in Syria. Okay, sorry. I'm a Mac user, so I hope you forgive me. So yeah, in the work, and I think that's also how it's connected to today's discussion, we look at strategies of Russian occupation and invasion. So we look at, first of all, what we can call the first sign or the first instance of Russian invasion, when we can consider Russian invasion starting to happen. As you know, it's an extremely political question that is very important to consider very carefully, because Russia always follows the same pattern of denying military invasion when it starts. And second, because that's one connection to today's topic. And another connection is that when Russia invades, it follows the same pattern of destruction of civilian infrastructure. It always targets en masse hospitals, schools, and local electricity infrastructure. So the film.
If I could add, we use in the film the metaphor of demonic possession, which is very corporeal also, because it allows to sort of, through the body, understand a little bit better the process of how Russia occupies. And by taking the control over electricity infrastructures in each of the countries, Ukraine, Syria, Crimea specifically, Syria, and in Belarus, they sort of take control, like almost of the nervous system of a person. And like a person possessed, if you've seen films, possession, the person doesn't control the body, the person mumbles something. So this is pretty much what is happening with the infrastructure of the country that is occupied by Russia.
Yeah, so Russia does, as you remember, with the civilian airport. So let's take the civilian airport as one of the examples. It takes civilian infrastructure and turns it against itself. So it takes something quite innocent, like a civilian airport, and then uses it to sabotage the country from within. And it is a very similar horror, as you can imagine, of like something brooding inside your body. Like when this kind of serenity becomes compromised, it's a very common, it's a very similarly uncanny experience that your body turns in on itself. So when looking at demonic possession and the kind of historical research around demonic possession, we started noticing that the way Russian military weaponizes this kind of body of the state, this infrastructure of the state, against itself is quite similar to how demons try to weaponize like a human body against itself. One of the examples, for instance, that is very important to discuss today is the signing of the pact with the demon. It is a very common knowledge, I guess, that demon always tries to fool you to make a certain contract with it or to agree with it on its own terms. So that's exactly the first thing that Russia does, is it tries to coerce the country it invades into a certain pact with it that always kind of turns out to be something else. This is kind of one of the lines that we explored. The most important question that we encountered when looking at this process is, when we look at the military occupation as the question of possession, we face a very interesting question, which is when the demonic possession happens, a demon becomes hidden inside the body, so it can't be separated from the body that it possesses. The same thing happens with the Russian military. Russian military, even though they present themselves as being protected and somehow safe from the country they invade, they never somehow separated from this country. Military bases always rely on civilian infrastructure and extraction of resources from civilian infrastructure, specifically energy. Military invasion is a very energy demanding process. Average military base consumes as much electricity as a steel plant. So they need constant electricity supply to be able to operate. It is a very similar, as we continue that analogy with the possession, as demon sucks the energy from the body of the person it possesses. So in the film, we conducted an open source investigation trying to locate the specific electricity substations that feed the military bases that we're looking at. Here you can see one of the behind the scenes of the process of how we did map this electricity infrastructure. So you can see at the left top the substation that we managed to geolocate on the satellite image that is referenced with the kind of contents of what we know to be the part of the electricity substations. You can see the kind of codes that we wrote on the satellite image. On the left bottom side, you can see the process of how we're reconstructing it in the CGI, in Unreal Engine. In the middle small image, it's me with an iPad doing digital cinematography. So the way it works, you kind of like walk around the digital environment using iPad as a camera to film the environment. And behind it is how this electricity substation appears in the final film. And here is the final shot from the film of that substation as it appeared there. The film constantly operates like shifting between this kind of fictional and factual registers. And here is the final element of the work, which is a demonic sigil. Sigil is a diagram that you can draw to protect yourself from a demon. And so the diagram here consists of GPS coordinates of those electricity substations that the Russian military, the 3 military bases we investigated rely on for operation.
Yeah, and if I can add, like the film, as Anna explained, we used satellite images to reconstruct the bases, but in the film we also used first-person perspective because this investigative aesthetic, it usually like poses you somewhere like really outside of what is happening. So in the film, we try to, it's a horror film, so we try to make the viewer feel a little bit of the fear to provoke some kind of affect as this. And I will briefly talk about our most recent work, which is called Terror Element. So it's about a forensic expert who investigates the explosions that happened across Russia in 1999. As a result of these explosions, the Second Chechen War was started because the explosions were used to legitimize that the Chechens are terrorists, and they were used to frame them as terrorists so the war could be started. Yeah, sure. So in the film, the forensic expert, she investigates it, and she begins to examine these contradictory statements that authorities presented, and then she kind of starts questioning her own position in it, because as she sees, the laboratory becomes the stage set in the technologies, forensic technologies, they become tools and almost like props in staging how legit the entire investigation is. And this case is emblematic of the broader belief in sort of like forensic technology, especially all of us watched a series about how police investigates cases and covers everything. From the popular culture, we have this belief that it's super objective, very neutral, very science-based, so one of the examples that we use in investigation in the film, this is literally body knotted in cables. This is a tool that police uses oftentimes to perform scientificity, which is a polygraph. It's proven to be fake science, but it's continuing to be used more and more common, especially in UK. You can't be released from prison if you're accused to be a terrorist unless you pass the test. And the test works that it basically measures how stressed are you. So all the people who were on the panel would probably be considered to be lying by the machine. And so the tool just sort of creates this, brings the validity to the process of torture. So US was using this in Guantanamo. They would say, yeah, the person is lying. The machine says you can't argue against the machine. So they can be, the violence can be inflicted upon their bodies with no limit. And so this is the installation that we created to screen the film, which represents the laboratory in which the situation of the film happens, and it has the same objects. And this entire installation just recreates the aesthetic of how the aesthetic of forensic or police science just takes the place of the validity of the argument. And it's very interesting that the extent to which people without scientific knowledge tend to believe that it's so very neutral, very fair, very accurate, because it's science-based. But this mediation through technology and tools allows to do precisely the opposite, allows to cloak everything under the very legit like aura. And yeah, so in recent years, there was an explosion in prison population, which is happening not because people started committing more crimes or not because everybody became a terrorist, but because of how efficient the methods are in establishing the conviction. As some of you are Belarusians here, you know how much it takes to claim that you're a terrorist. If you give me your phone, in 1 minute, I can prove that you're like all terrorists. So yeah, so this is like the role of technology in like basing this argument. Yeah. Thank you. And I'm going to show a quick trailer. Could someone who is using Mac help me on the
Mac owner.
Включить видос. Не, флешка. Ага. Yeah.
На себя не взял никто. Население не сомневается в чеченском следе. Придаваемые гласности версии следствия склоняются к тому.
Россия 7 сентября 1999 года.
Нас дома когда взрывали?
Неделю позже. Полная муть вообще. Сначала Россия вторглась в Чечню. Потом кто-то взрывал дома. Путин, который тогда собирался избираться в президента, заявил, что это были террористы из Чечни, что он всех их найдет и их замочит в сортире, как он тогда выразился.
Плохая компания.
Да, на один день по новостям одно говорили, на следующий другое. Никто ничего не понимал.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your always accurate and precise works. Yeah, we will return to all what you mentioned in both of works in the discussion later. But for now, I want to welcome EFFF. If Kola and Zina can continue with presentation, I would be grateful.
Thank you so much. Yes, again, thank you so much that all of you are here tonight. And we will talk around 10-15 minutes and present some of our ongoing works. So the first project that we want to talk about is connected with the broader, let's say, our initiative, which two of us initiated in 2022, which is called the School of Algorithmic Solidarity, which deals with kind of contradictory, let's say, notions or practices. From one side, algorithm, from another side, solidarities. And we thought that this kind of intertanglement could be probably like productive conflict that we can try to look at the infrastructures of colonial things and infrastructures of solidarity. And
yeah, and the first initiative we want to present you and talk about is this session about how to train your body to stop the trains. Yeah, and the session was developed in the context of anti-war resistance in Belarus after the invasion of Russia and Ukraine in 2022, and somehow being in a dialogue with the institutes of Belarusian revolution after 2020. And this initiative is the part, as I said, the School of Algorithmic Solidarity, and our method there is to organize some speculative but material forms of collectivity, and propose some formal structures that people can follow to make or to allow new relations and conjunctions happen. And in this very example, that is autumn 2022 in Kassel. And now we're going to show you the video. Once again, without sound. And in the video, you can see how people on the abandoned railway track or station are trying to understand how it's possible to stop the train using very simple tools like a piece of wire and maybe duct tape and some clamps. Yeah? And there are around 20 participants, and that is around 2 hours. And we started from some didactic materials we prepared to explain the context. You can see these pieces of paper on the this railway infrastructure, and then we went to actually the tracks to understand through our bodies where are these weak points of the infrastructure, how to hide your intervention, how to find the ways how to escape.
Yes, so this action took place by the invitation of Anti-War Coalition, which Antonina is part of. Can you switch next?
That's right.
And the next session that we did is dedicated to another thing. Is dedicated to the recently leaked the code of one of IT corporations that is connected to the Russian government in a way through the Russian business. And so it's called Yandex, and there were leakages of data by the former worker. The data is taken in July 2022, and the leakage itself happened in January 2023, which means that there are some already traces of Russian invasion into Ukraine and a lot of data that is connected to the social body of workers of this company. And what we did, we first, two of us tried to look inside of it together, and we understood that it's not possible just to handle this amount of information by ourselves. And as our method is more connected to community building or like this notion of how can we deal with non-expertise knowledges with this data, we decided to organize open reading sessions. And right now I will show you one excerpt around 2-3 minutes of some supporting materials that we did that a little bit contextualize one of the files that is connected to the war. Mm-hmm.
The file contains settings for electronic assistant. Electronic assistants are boxes that install algorithms inside of private spaces. Users of these devices have different attitude towards them. Boxes are made a fetish in different ways, sometimes by their appearance, sometimes by inner electronics. The file is stored at the folder Hollywood and then at the folder Fast Data. The file contains conditions that determine the behavior of the electronic assistant. For example, morning or evening, winter or spring. Is user an adult or a child? Is it necessary to show only news from Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Russia? Is it New Year now? The conditions are usually explained to children through visual metaphors.
We know our fuzz is going to roll in the direction we tell it to. So if we say go right, then it will move right until it hits a wall. If we want our fuzz to turn, we can say if purple, then turn down. The arrow command goes on top of the condition tile. So if purple, then turn down. After that, we can complete the maze. Notice how the fuzz changes directions? Now it's your turn.
Conditions, we use conditions all the time. Among our conditions, things that decide.
On the screen, you see one of the conditions. Control or behavior of the electronic assistant in case of war. Changing this parameter is responsibility of a programmer. 0. Electronic assistant behaves in a way as if there is no war. 1. The algorithms of wartime are on.
Mm-hmm. Yes, maybe we will go into more deep while discussing some things. I wanted to show one more picture. Yes, so maybe briefly that after a while we kind of questioned ourselves into this, let's say, counter-forensic or methodology that we use together with other people, and we actually switched a little bit our attention into more performative ways how to deal with the codes. And just briefly to mention that we've been reenacting one of the codes with our bodies, and we tried it somehow to take these lines of code that are happening in milliseconds and spend 4 hours trying to reenact different positionalities inside of the code within our bodies, and like for us it's a way to switch maybe
our attention through this huge amount of data because we were all kind of deeply inside of it during our sessions. For example, we had different flags like why to measure or punishment. Punishment was used by one of the programmers during making the code as a comment of what the code is actually doing to the body of a person. Yes, and that is some small documentation of this session. And the last example that we wanted to bring shortly happened in Warsaw in last summer during the event that we co-organized with two other people, Alexey Borisonok and Oля Sosnovskaya, which was called Eccentric Circles Assembly. And we wanted to briefly mention the work of Titus Zabelski-Rajniak and Hubert Karminski that decided to make an audio work near the pipeline called Druzhba, or in translation friendship. We decided to make an assembly afterwards, after the audio walk, as a way to be present with our bodies near the infrastructure.
Yeah, and to return a bit to the structure of the event, we decided to organize 4 days activities around assemblies as points of reflection that can gather or collect the tracks that were blown out of inputs of participants during the day. And this very activity was, or assembly, was dedicated to the position beyond the center. And our interest was to combine the infrastructure, which is outside of the Warsaw. This is the pipeline Druzhba, going from Russia to Germany through the territory of Poland, with the situation of reflection, but hearing the oil cracks inside of the pipe.
That's all. Thank you.
Performative approach. I hope we will come back to that, especially in questions that also Yandex also make performative things and subject bodies of its workers to its algorithm. But what I want who I want to invite is Lera. Lera, you, I see, already started, so please welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to do some like a brief introduction of some of our projects which are like connected to the topic we are discussing today. So it's just our website. If you want, you can check then. We start working as a collective with Alexander in 2016. And I think from the very beginning for us, it was first of all, we never maybe thought about the fantastical splash as like a clear art practice, because we started with a more like a different background. I came from the journalism, and Sasha, for that moment, he worked with like motion design and with some like design, and he had actually security, safety education, which he has never used after that, but I sure it's impacted him a lot. And in 2016, we started as a collective, and so for us, it was always something at the intersection of the art practice and kind of media studies, something in a very broad sense around the media effects, because we came from this like broad media infrastructures, and we were from like a lot inside them. So we start thinking about that. And for sure, 2016, it was like a reaction for us as the very beginning of the war in Ukraine. And one of our first projects, it was translation. It was a kind of video essay in a live mode where we used like different formats. We are like experimenting and work with kind of concept of hybrid content. But also in this lecture, it was actually kind of a lecture about the hybrid content and all this, our motivation around this. Among other things, we also discussed all this informational like environment around us in the Ukraine in the first days of the war. And we discussed also this military doctrine of Russian General Valery Gerasimov, where he first time publicly said about the protest potential of different like nations and how it can be used by Russia for their like a military purpose to organize some conflicts from the distance. And for me, for example, as a journalist, because I worked for that time like I don't know 7 or 8 years as a TV reporter, so I was from the very like a belly of the whale from this like a deep infrastructure of media. For sure, I like work for the like Ukrainian national channel as a special correspondent. But for me, it was a lot about these media effects and about my like own responsibility. I mean, like just about the media. And for sure, I saw how these informational threats, how they start working in Donetsk and Lugansk region. So all this stuff we tried to capture and analyze and to describe how it works. So, and I think all our practice during all other years, it was around all this intensification of like extraction of emotions of viewers, of users. And for example, in 2019, we made some short video essay. It's named Armed and Happy. It's actually a part of other project of another Ukrainian artist, Mykola Ridny. That days he filmed a set of videos, Armed and Dangerous. And then he invited other Ukrainian artists to do their series about that. So it was like a TV series or something around this topic. And we made this video consist of found footages where we put very like from the first side, very different content. For instance, it was like a videos, like a highly intense and emotional videos from sport events. Or for example, videos like this you see, it's just a part of like a video on YouTube blog, very popular one, where some parents are like using their children for like a never-ending unpacking of goods and toys and extract emotions from them to produce all these effects. It's really creepy, I think, especially if you will find it and try to watch it with the sound. And also, we also put in this set also videos with military like exercises, which became more and more popular. Like in Ukrainian YouTube, for sure, it's natural for like a country where the war is going. And we actually try to we felt, I think, because this is how we are working, we are not like researchers, we work here from this, I think at the same time as a subject and the object, because we are two viewers, while we still have this optics critical one. But we also trying to feel it, how all this content inside your feed will work the same way, how it produce all this like a very intense emotional states and how it can be used in different ways. And we will try to, I think, to find how all this like emotional camouflage can be, I don't know, mix in these processes. I think it's a great way maybe to say about this concept of Ukrainian researcher Svetlana Matvienko about the communicative militarism in a very simple way. It can be described like how some how some digital infrastructures which were like trained to target all of us for commercial campaigns, even more and more often and more intense are used for military campaigns. And in some point you can't really even understand how it happened. You just found yourself as a target of these processes. So I think in this work we just try to capture this very special mix as like a subject of this data, to find how you can be extracted as a subject of data to target all this stuff on you. And the next work I want to mention, this work was made already after the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This is a kind of we never know what the format is, but I think it's a kind of interactive essay, so it's game-based essay. So you actually, as a viewer, can interact with like environment, but it's named also a set of compressed images and feelings. And I think it's a very first attempt with the intensification of war when it's became even more understandable for everyone that it's highly intense and mediated cyber war and kinetic and cyber war at the same time. And when you are at the crossroads of what all these processes, how you really feel it, how you became this like a kind of infrastructure for these processes. So in this work we just gathered some also found footages by Ukrainians in different like Telegram channels, because Ukrainians posted these first images after the shellings. And yeah, and we just try to, I think, revisit all these common places in media theory around the image and violence and war, and how these days all this like concepts of the like, you know, operational images mutated, and how we really became a kind of these machines which can be which can read this kind of messages. Because if you have ever seen this kind of messages, they are not informational ones, they are about nothing. It's just about part of clouds, pixelated part of some trees, because you can't post this type of the images not to give like a post more additional information about the places of shellings, but you still want to express something online. And it's not about the depicting some real things, it's really about some effects. And we maybe, I think, here try to capture again this next step, how we start like how we start to express ourselves, I mean all of us, audience, with this type of the content. And in 2024 we wrote an essay, I think, when we have tried to formulate all these ideas about how people became these days, really how they became emotional infrastructure. So the name of the essay on being emotional infrastructure. And there we are trying to mix different optics, to mix different ways to understand all these processes under the cyber war, under the war, kinetic war, how people, how the emotions are appropriated and can be used in the infrastructures. Okay, I will try to explain another way. We actually, for this essay, made a couple of interviews with people from the liberated parts of Kherson region. They were under the occupation during the first days of the occupation. Then Kherson was deliberated. And these people, they just told about these different tactics of Russian army, how they capture physical infrastructures, but also how they are trying to capture these emotional states of people on occupied territories in very different ways too. So for sure they used something we all read in some like books from World War II about all this like terror stuff and how they tried to spread it through like a traditional media. But also they use some strange practices. For example, on the blog post, people who through the blog post each time, they know that Russian soldiers come to the blog post, in the bus, and then they ask you like your ID, check it, or for example your phone. For them it's the same way, and you never know what do they want to check, because this day your phone these days it's even more about yourself than your passport. Then they just check in some kind of your subscriptions, your history, your photos, everything. So yeah, we try to capture all this strange and crazy environments, how people under occupation and how the emotions are structured and can be used. And here maybe I would like to add, a very, or maybe later. Yeah, it was just about the idea, actually, how informational threats also work. I think all the people from Europe and from Eastern Europe, especially these days, heard a lot about informational threats, how Russians are trying to develop all this type of tactics. It's actual name like FIMI. It's very popular notion in Europe these days in strategic communications for foreign interference manipulations. And it is about also this type of distance war, but through the social media. So we try to show how they using these different tactics are trying to sell all of us the war, the idea of occupation, the idea of revenge or something through all these classical targeting methods. And the last project, it's ongoing one I want to mention here. It's the name it's Infocry. It's actually, I think, on our only physical object. It's a kind of prototype. We called it like a prototype of the Chorus machine. It's actually a media player where we download some voices of social bots from social media, and that's what we are doing these days. We do this research of voices of these bots, mostly Russian bots, in different countries, and try to understand how they are acting, what narratives they are trying to develop, and how they are trying to localize our pains, because it works, another Ukrainian researcher, great one, Lesia Kulczynska, wrote about that, it works the same way as a pain marketing. So they are trying to find these pain spaces and then to convert it into the different narratives in different ways to polarize our societies, to radicalize our societies, to influence our political processes, and so on, so on. So yeah, we did it. We started doing it inside for a Ukrainian NGO based in Germany, and we gathered these narratives in Moldova and in Germany. All of them were around the topic of Ukrainian refugees, and also these days we gathered these narratives around Polish presidential campaigns. And I think in this process we are trying to to formulate this idea of emotional infrastructures, what these are about exactly, and how it can be described these days. So yeah, that's all.
Yes. Thank you very much. And thank Fantastic Little Splash for formulating this concept, for creating these visions, because this formulation I'm using in my daily life to describe where I am. Maybe first thing I want to ask you all, it was what you were mentioning, Anna and Mark, Dina and Kolya, about the body of who produces the instructions or images, affect. I mean, you as artists and researchers. I think about the methods you use and how you feel inside them. You mentioned docent, you mentioned that not really problematic investigative aesthetic. Dina and Kola mentioned counter-forensic practice that they apply. So I want to ask you, how has your background maybe and how your bodily experience of technology and mostly I'm interested in experience of colonial technology, how this influenced your approach. Maybe also you can reflect on what limitations this background and experience bring into your practice. I mean, what can you do and what you can't, and maybe what I mean is, how does your positionality reshape the roles of investigator, artist, or activist? And maybe I propose to start with Lera, because she was silent about this OSINT things that she do. But yeah.
Okay, so the question was about background. Yeah, as I mentioned, I came from journalism, and I think it's already was the way how it was started for me personally. And so it was about the question of this responsibility inside this kind of infrastructures. And these days, what I'm doing these days, after the very beginning, after the full-scale invasion, yeah, I start working as an OSINT researcher for some Ukrainian OSINT agency. We did a lot of interesting stuff. And there I worked for 2 years, but I'm not working there anymore, actually. And these days I'm working as a disinformation analyst. So as you can see, my activity outside art practice influence my art practice. Like I think it's kind of Möbius strip, so I can't even like divide it. It worked like this always, all the time. So I can't really distinct one from another. And sometimes I even start thinking like, okay, is this still like art project or not already? Or maybe we do something else. For sure, it's interesting and it's great that there are two of us, and we have still very different, a little different, like background. So it's always like a feedback loop between us with Alexander. And yeah, I even don't know how to add how it influenced my practice in the like a very strict way, for sure. And I think it's great for me, art practice is this place where I bring something from this like a formal activity when I can do something there, when it's not already a standard, you know. So, and it's very, very interesting because Fantastic Little Splash started like this, because we with Sasha start filming just a documentary for Hromadske TV. I worked there in 2016, and Sasha also like helped to this TV station. And then we just start filming the film about Ukraine, about Dnipro metro. Dnipro, it's our hometown. The metro, it's like the shortest, almost the shortest subway in the world. But it's also very, very interesting, like a post-Soviet infrastructure. And we just start filming it, and that days we understood, okay, it's not anymore classic documentary, so we should said them that it's already our own film, and this is how Fantastic Little Splash started. And I think the same way it works here. When I couldn't do something in OSINT practice, I just bring it to our common practice. Or when I can't do on state something here, I bring it there, and because it's a great place to experiment, to like go further, to mix it, and you can never be limited here because it's our practice. You can do everything you want. So. Yeah.
I was also asking about the things that we all coming from different contexts, and maybe, sorry for reducing you to your to where are you from, but as Ukrainian, Lera, maybe it is what I see from the work. See also that there are some limitations appear when you Ukrainian and when you have relations with this colonial technologies and its application, and what you are mentioning in the work is like this overexhaustion, something became opaque to you, something become unbearable that you can come closer to it. So maybe you can add about this and others as well.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thanks. Yeah, for sure. I think all our tactic, like to communicate, for example, with, I don't know, with partners inside some artistic research or with viewers, it's for sure about our like Ukrainian origin these days, because it depends to whom you are talking about and from in which period, because as Ukrainians, for example, they are always under this exhausting all the time. And you know how algorithms works, because, for example, social media, they are always like black boxed. All this Ukrainian community with all their like stories and the posts about the donations, about some news from about the war, and so on and so on. So for Ukrainians, sometimes it became like a re-traumatization and so on and so on. So when you are understanding this maybe moment you are talking to Ukrainians, you think 3 times what to post, what are talking about, you know, that these people in Ukraine, they are aware about these processes and so on and so on. For example, if we are talking to some Europeans, maybe at the very beginning, as a lot of, I think, other Ukrainian artists, there were a lot of angry and desire to shock like an outer world. But these days, especially for me, I don't think it's like a great way to communicate with people and talk about and communicate all this interest to Ukrainian war, how to do all this diplomacy these days. So yeah, for sure, you are trying to talk in other way. And also it depends which kind of Europeans, because Eastern Europeans, it's always like a other way how you talk to them, and Western Europeans, it's always another way how you talk about the war in Ukraine. So yeah, it's always depends.
Thank you. I want to hear from all answering this question. So please, someone.
Thank you for posing this question. So for me, I think like I'm personally like trying to tackle a lot of things from my positionality of like from the position of different class issues that also kind of for me it's important I was because I think that this maybe often lacks a little bit into the constellation of digital technology and how it operates within the society. And being from Belarus, country of outsourcing and of seeing how a lot of people also do outsourcing from one side, from another side, like being precarious from another side, having a lot of like maybe a wage 10 times more than the usual teacher that I worked as. For me, it's always kind of formed this conflict and also being like from a poor family, and I would say that how digital colonial technologies also right now operate not only through national borders, but a lot of the oppressions are dispersed, and we can find a lot of parallels. Like, for example, on the example of the leaked Yandex code, you can see how it operates within different countries, establishing this colonial logic that repeats itself, that reproduces itself, that treats bodies and territories like as resources. Yeah, and maybe for me it's an important optic to go from this positionality, if that answers the question.
Maybe I can jump in. And I would like to talk about how I feel inside. And now I would like to define this insight. Yeah, since our practice as AIifiF is a collective one, so there is the specificity of being inside of the situation. We are initiated and taking care after the situation and doing some caretaking and problem solving work. Yeah, and and maybe translating and mediating. As an example, it would be these sessions we made with leaked Yandex code. And here I can make a bridge to your story of being inside of different contexts. And here I can say that for me, initially, that was a challenge to understand the relations between what we called, and I think we have here the consensus about this, colonial technologies and intersection with digital technologies in Eastern Europe. But for me, that's a challenge to look precisely from the inside. What does it mean to have the business involved in this? Because usually people say like Yandex is the company affiliated with Russian government. And this is like a question, okay, this is the part of a colonial machine. And our idea was to unpack this and to look inside of what is this machine consists of, what kind of parts. And to mediate this in different contexts, it's important to use different rhetorics, tactics, temporalities. For example, if you are in Germany, we're talking about business and digitality, it's about GDPR, surveillance, and these things. If you are talking about this, for example, in Belarus, it's about, I mentioned this, for example, the concept or the tactics of mobilization that are similar to cyber war, but not by means of hacking, but by means of mobilization of users one against each other, and people who had experience of Belarusian revolution could understand it much better than these generic people in Germany. Yeah. Yes, and sometimes the situation ignited by the idea, okay, we can sit together and read the code, could convert into in a very hot discussion about the position analysis of people who were involved in the business of Yandex and people who are victims of the war in Ukraine now. Maybe like this, the answer. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yeah.
So thank you again for the question, because I thought it's the first time that the face mask is handy in explaining something. This is the example of how I'm formatted with this type of technology. And this is the thing that it produces a change in behavior on a very practical level. Just the fact that I have to buy the mask, there is a camera, so I have to wear it. So these are all the things that come down to very banal, the most banal things. And this change in the behavior is almost like very much at the center. As somebody in the first panel yesterday was talking about sentiment analysis in regards to the face recognition. So this is also helpful here. So for example, when you use internet, Instagram or something, the things that you text, they are processed by the algorithm, and then you're sort of channeled in this echo chamber. And the thing in sentiment analysis here is used not to make a product only like a feed or to make a product out of you, but to produce a change in the way you behave. And this is the part of the functioning of this technology. So for me, it's important to sort of try to extract yourself from these colonial processes. And this brings us to another question of how really possible it is. But there is a more direct level. If you live in Russia, you participate, you sponsor the war on a very direct level. But there are some more indirect things that you have to consciously become aware of and specifically try to avoid in very banal things like even wearing things like on the face. So yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, so I'm going to respond, because it's been a while since you asked the question, but I'm going to respond to the kind of very simplified version of how I remember it, which is like how background informs our practice. There's like a stand-in for Mark. Yeah, so like how our background informs our practice. And I was thinking about several examples, how my background informs my practice. And one is like, so I was reflecting about kind of my kind of obsession with the question of like, where does a thing starts, or like, where does like an invasion starts, or like a certain like historical event starts and end. And I think it is directly connected to never-ending fights I had when I lived in Moscow as a Russian, about like whether invasion of Ukraine has already started or not. So I remember for years there would be, like there would be certain events that would like pierce into the kind of Russian like depoliticized like art circles, and art people would start discussing like, oh, like is the invasion finally gonna start? Like, is the invasion finally gonna start? And it would be like never-ending kind of debates about why like they don't consider like the invasion has already started. So I think it like directly informed my kind of urge to address that question with my work. And then another question would be, let's say, like this kind of engagement with demonology and engagement with demons. That came from the perspective of, let's say, a certain disbelief in humanism as a perspective. This is also something that is informed by me coming from Russia. I don't believe in the kind of liberal paradigm of people commit evil acts because they're misinformed, let's say, or they like commit certain crimes because they were like dragged into war or like whatever. I believe certain people commit violence because they genuinely enjoy it and because they take pride in it and because they do want to commit crimes and kill people. So I think liberal paradigm is incapable of dealing with these cases. It's incapable of addressing extreme cases of violence that cannot be salvaged somehow, like through education or otherwise. So I wanted to kind of look into the paradigms that we have developed in our culture to deal with the cases of extreme violence that can't be excused with something. So demons in that regard is one of those cases, because in kind of paradigm of demonology, demons are all fallen angels. So demons at a certain point of their life made a deliberate choice to go and inflict violence on humans because they enjoy it. Demons are tricksters in that way because they do commit crimes purely because they like the act of it, not to like achieve a certain goal. And this is something that is directly informed with my earlier research of Russian invasion of Syria and extreme cases of graphic violence that Wagner Group was inflicting in Syria. I specifically remember a point where I discovered a photo of a paramilitary from a Wagner group holding a head of the beheaded Syrian civilian and smiling because they were posing as doing the human hunting practice. And I don't think those kind of acts of violence can be explained as something that they just didn't know or like somehow like they were not aware of what they were doing. So I feel that also on a background informs a very kind of sort of dark setting or like very maybe like a bit of a pessimistic outlook that I have in my work. And I wanted to kind of maybe open up that big discussion because what I found very interesting when we were discussing on that like kind of preliminary poll we had for this panel is the different approaches to this like affect that we have. Because in some contexts, this pessimism that I have is actually very counterproductive and very limiting, but in some contexts it's necessary. So the kind of like very situated nature of like the way we work with affect in those scenarios, yeah, that's kind of my contribution.
Yes, thank you. You started this question, and I also wanted to brought it in discussion. I have it formulated. So I just want to thank you for that you confirmed my assumptions that is really your background influencing what affect you choose to produce with your work. And my question is how do you affect the body of the viewer or participant or collaborator of your work, and why do you do it this way? And to make it maybe more precise, are there specific affective strategies that resonate more with you? And do you prefer, for example, laughter over fear, fear over sorrow, love over laugher while audience perceive your work, and also while you making it? I've already heard that Anna have like pessimistic stuff with her. I think Mark in demonic stuff. So maybe you can start, or how others feels.
So I think with the fear question, so first, obviously it's informed by my, as I mentioned, pessimistic outlook, but I think also what I was dissatisfied is in open source intelligence, there's always this kind of disregard for feelings, as we probably discussed already quite a bit. which I think, and in general, in this kind of like big geopolitical discussions, which I think is really crazy to consider. Because, for instance, when we discuss occupation or like territorial concessions, you can't just discuss like, it's like 1 for 1 or like whatever. Like, it's not just like an argument of, I don't know, like economics or something. There's a certain core of living in proximity to Russian invasion. I think we're discussing that with Lera, like the kind of disgusting kind of feeling of something creeping up on you when Russian troops are in nearby proximity or like they're like looming over you. So I think like in that kind of work or at that point, it was very important because I knew our work is going to be streamed mostly in kind of Western European context, that affect would be essential to convey. Because for me at the time, and still now, I think like it's impossible to discuss Russian invasion without this part, because that's kind of like, it's like as important as, I don't know, like other like military strategies or something that are being reproduced.
Yeah, so the preferred affect really depends on the audience that you have to talk to. So as we present in European context, so it was important for us is that work to let them be scared at least, even for a bit, because when you talk with Ukrainians about it, they already informed and they already feel that you have nothing to tell them in this regard. And another thing is, during the protest in Belarus, there was one case with affect that I really remember is when Roman Bondarenko was killed. Maybe some of you remember. It was like this example of an affect when it struck like really out of the blue, and which is characteristic of the affect in many ways is that you cannot always control affect. You can try to weaponize it. It is weaponized, but sometimes in the affect there is a logic of rupture in itself, because sometimes affect comes out of nowhere. You don't even know why you feel this way. At that moment, there was nothing just like a minute ago. And in this sense, affect is also, it's contagious. It's like other emotions. You can make people feel other emotions. So affect spreads sometimes in unexpected ways. So it's really, yeah, it's a slippery thing to talk to. Maybe other panelists have something.
Yeah, I think I can add here that we with Sasha always, I think, especially in our last projects, are looking for some kind of interaction in a very different way. And I think it's a kind of interaction, I mean, with the viewer. That's why I think we stopped filming, but I still want to. Maybe we should. Sorry, it was inside. But yeah, we are trying to find this very special way to interact with people, because I think it's also can be a kind of counteraction for this colonial pressure, because, you know, all this contemporary UI is built like a very narrow, so it's like a corridor, like a hallway, yeah, for user that you have to go here, click this, do that, and now more. Any like a user experience should be like a smoothie and very understandable. And for sure, the digital environments, they are so like total these days, and we work with them. So when we produce this very different, strange stuff, we are trying actually to experiment, to find some other ways to interact with people. And I think this is what we are trying to do also, because we both, I think, believe actually in affect. But we still don't have we don't have the answer. We are looking for it with these strange forms, you know. And but my pessimism here is like all this total digital environments. They also about these highly intense experiences. Like you have to be effective, you have to impress, you have to engage. And yeah, it's sad, I think, but that's what I think these days art practice do, because I believe that all the projects we heard about of these days by EFFF and by Mark and Anna, they all about these ways to find other forms. So, yeah, I think.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Yeah, and I want to talk about this situation of being outside of the center, like beyond the center. And now I'm referring to this pipeline Druzhba and assembly there. And when I think about our method, I think about this moment of being near the banal object, near banality of the colonial violence, yeah, or practice. And what is very fascinating for me is to let people to stay a bit longer in the near these mundane objects, like the piece of code that can control this electronic assistants, like Alexa, Echo, or this Alisa, or the pipe, which is actually the heritage of foreign politics of Soviet Union from the 60s. Yeah, and in these terms, the pipeline and Alexa are objects beyond center, somehow modulating the temporality of this situation of being outside. Yeah, and when I think about the centrality in relation to the pipeline Druzhba, it could be, I don't know, logistics of oil transportation, like a data center, or maybe financial markets with their derivatives, and the oil inside of pipe is the part of these derivatives. And when I think about the condition of the war encoded into this electronic assistance, this is the private space which is modulated in the situation of the war, somehow organized the spare time of the subject to blend, to mask the involvement into this slow violence.
Yeah, maybe what I can add. So I've been thinking that maybe, first of all, usually I refer to the people who come to our actions or situations most of the time as accomplices or as someone who are kind of acting on the same level of bodily engagement or security or insecurity, as a lot of our actions are taking place at the streets or somewhere at public spaces. It's kind of, this idea that we can try to feel the infrastructural processes or temporalities on our skin, kind of. I'm not sure that is happening, but it is kind of our question or our attempt to practice it and to try to make this collective setting for imagination to happen at a very certain context, like sensitive location. That's one thing. And another thing is maybe that we are trying to maybe to think about that the colonial infrastructures can be also very shakeable, unstable, and it's very actually easy to disrupt the infrastructure if you know or if you have particular skills that might be not relevant for you today. But in this speculative community, you can train some skills with untrained people together, like to have this potentiality when there will be another maybe moment or historical situation that will allow like to use them. Yes, so for us maybe it's important like to as Antonina often referred to fragility of infrastructures, like to really work with it, to try to put it into the question what we actually can do with our bodies, what we can connect, so that, for example, it stops working.
Thank you very much.
Idea.
It's so, yeah.
We need to give opportunity. Oh, sorry.
I am understanding it, and Lera said about interaction, and I wanted to engage with the audience. So please, ask your questions.
Start with the trivial one. What does EFFF stand for?
That's an interesting.
So is it about the title, or is it about the question? The title. Okay, we discussed it during the lunch break. There was such a question. There is no one answer. It can be interpreted in many different ways. One can be that we kind of stand for error-friendly networks and error-friendly approach to the things, and apart from it being like a working title, when you try to look for it online, usually you see like a digital color, because like these three particular or other particular letters of this alphabet can mislead you. So
yeah. A bit different explanation, very short one. You're moving from one house to another house. You're bringing with you your Wi-Fi router.
Bringing what?
Wi-Fi router to have internet access, and you should name your Wi-Fi network.
Yeah.
And the first is BBB, and then you move, and this is BBB CCC, and then and then at some point
we should have arrived into another. Makes sense. Makes sense. And the second question to you, and I have another one. So with your work, the one that you were putting the codes and experiencing it with your body, was it more for really experiencing it, or was it more for visualization? Like, how did it work for you? Were you expecting to feel something, or was it just like bringing the information outside?
No, thank you for this question. Maybe for me, one of the starting points were to understand how to shake the narrative which is built around the notion of cybernetics, the notion of progress, and the notion of this railroad that user experience. It's hard to do these themes, and it's more about the ways how we can understand things a bit different that is narrated in a usual way.
So it's more like experientially, like feeling it in your body, or like seeing it in a different way?
Maybe add that it's about actually like muscles, and how you, in this very case, ride an electronic scooter, and how how you with your body, is it possible to unpack the desires that are encoded into the programming code, for example. And if you try to separate the desire of a programmer, for example, from another part of the code, can you actually reenact it? And like, for example, the simple example would be that maybe we were speculating that one of the sessions could be around dating apps and how actually the desire can, as a person, can run nearby you, which means that the body can also be treated like as an assemblage from different technological and not only things. So yes, it was about very material physical presence at the streets, together with certain device, how you touch them, what are the throttle or the this feedback loop that tries to control you from the or the telemechanics that we sometimes use it as a term, that tries to control the body in terms of if you are not paying for the service, the scooter simply stops. If you try to hack it, it stops through this technological influence of the code on a specific object.
Interesting, thank you. And I've got the last one. So in your mythology of demons, did you consider angels and who they were, if there are any?
Yes, we'll answer that with the pessimistic part. Yeah, of our contribution. I mean, our collaboration.
The resistance case from the Ukrainian singing. You want to talk about it? We were just mostly, yeah, we don't talk about angels, unfortunately. I hope there will be more reasons to do this. But there was one specific case of like anti-demon action that is specifically interesting in Ukraine when the Russian military surrounded a base, and then they were trying to sort of pressure Ukrainian military into converting to Russia. So what they did is, because they didn't even have a weapon to properly resist, they did like a symbolic act of resistance. They marched and they actually sang a song, and like while marching directly towards Russians, pointing a gun at them. So this was this is like a way of acting which is mostly symbolic, but which is really, really direct against the demons. And we were interested in specifically what tactics the demons use. So this is the closest of like anti-tactic we came to, but yeah, otherwise we're really interested in exploring how bad it is. Where did those?
Exactly.
Excuse me? I stole.
Appropriate distance. This is like, okay. I was wondering, so about demons. I wasn't sure at first that it refers to Christian mythology, but when you said about angels, and I'm like, yeah, it does. So it has this kind of like clear colonial dimension as well. And I was thinking, I don't know if it's a question, if I can form a proper question, but this is a stupid association probably, but I have it and I'll share it. So I was thinking about this group, Zilenardar. Have you heard of it? Like it's a metal group from Netherlands, I think. And they kind of framed the like idea in a way that what if African people, Black people who were brought to US and enslaved, what if instead of embracing Christianity, they would embrace like devil. And so their music is playing with this, like subverting this idea and then playing with this, like what if gospels were about devil is fine and stuff like that. So I don't know, maybe you will have some reaction, maybe you won't, but I was thinking like maybe this idea about demonic possession could be reconstructed even further, because for now, it seems like the whole premise is built still on this kind of like Christian idea of good and bad and angels and demons. You know what I mean, right? So yeah, that is like my not a
Yeah,
question.
I think the question to respond to that would be, sorry, the comment is, so we're considering different types of haunting, and we decided not to proceed, for instance, with ghosts for these reasons, because ghosts don't have an agency whether they're haunting something or someone or not. Usually they're trapped in the circumstances of like unresolved past, for instance. So that's something that we were thinking along. And also another thing that might be interesting and that didn't end up in the project, but like at some points and like ideally like in a different universe, like that project would exist not with a kind of like Western understanding of demons, but more like Slavic understanding of demons. Because I think like, sorry, I'm not an expert on different strands of Christianity, so I'm not gonna say anything on that, but I just know that in kind of Western Christianity, demons have this kind of like ultimate power kind of vibe to them. But in Slavic version of Christianity, demons are actually very kind of like low life kind of creatures. Like in Russian, like you would refer to them as besi, and this is something that is like has a very certain like sleazy, like more like disgusting connotation rather than like, oh my god, terrifying, like they have like almighty power over everything. So that's like, yeah, in terms of like Western, like non-Western Christianity, like that's kind of what we explored. But yeah, interesting example. And I think it's also, yeah, we did a lot of research into kind of like decolonial haunting, and a very interesting kind of idea that struck me was that we know that ghosts are not quite real because white countries would just be the most haunted establishments of this world.
Yeah, as an anthropologist, I can tell that possession is actually very universal phenomena, and there are endless examples from various cultures. And a person could be possessed not only by demons, but whichever entities. So when we were using that, we tried to draw, because we ourselves like from geographical Europe at least, and so we draw from the context that is more familiar for us, so therefore there is this understanding of possession. But possession is there in the first place is to explain and give a metaphor to the type of colonial dependency that Russia creates in other countries on the level of electricity. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have kind of a naive question, I guess, but I'm just sitting and wondering that of how you see the audience of your work and projects, and if there is any possible way to reach the people who are unconsciously or just passively involved in this digital or physical war infrastructures, because in our region, kind of institutional influence is impossible. And I mean, I know that there are kind of a lot of people who are involved in all these processes, and I'm just feeling so sad and about the fact that we can't really reach them anyway. Maybe you can see the ways that you to broaden the audience of your projects, if it's not a naive question. Yeah.
I don't think it's a naive question. I think it's a very important one. I think it was a kind of wave or not of some critical thing in Europe at some point that we do not need any more like artists and critics, but we need like a critical programmers who actually can program, not just critic platforms, but they can create. So I'm not like a fan of this radical thing. I think artists are normal people, like critics too. But this is how this like a political imagination starting usually. But if we are talking about the influence on the people who are involved, for sure we can't impact, like, I don't know, Mark Zuckerberg or someone.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but I believe we can involve some just regular people like we, and who can really create these spaces, because we are like, for sure we are living according to this like rules, algorithms, environments, and so on, but we also can create them, because all this technology is about this horizontal networks and so on. And I actually remember some kind of quote from Anna's text, I really like it, about this, who are the real bots in these environments are people, actually, not these real bots, but we are. So we can like appropriate again our like a political will. We can do this. So yeah, I believe in this kind of impact.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you a lot. I think it's also a very important question to tackle, as we don't want to be in a bubble. Yes, and so, okay, one thing, our approach was partly to create this School of Algorithmic Solidarity, is also like to try to unpack what is usually perceived through like black boxing or things like that, maybe partly. And we speculate that there is kind of education fiction in a way, not like the oppressive education, but that the bodies who are in the room kind of also create this fictional processing of trying kind of to understand the technologies, also taking into consideration of their bodies, for example, or how they're spread in the room. And the third, my thought was that for some of the projects we used different platforms as a way actually to find someone who we can't usually find, for example, headhunting platforms or applications as Uber, actually to form a speculative community for a period of time of a session. And for me, it's important to think about these quickly organized collectivities and quickly kind of disappearing community as a way also to potentially maybe not test, but to play around this potentiality of these communities. What if we call, I don't know, 15 cars for Uber drivers? What will happen then? Yes, for example.
Yeah, thank you.
Actually, because I think, like, I was thinking in connection, like, to sabotage manuals, and I think that's a very good way to engage audience that is not like art audience necessarily, but that is a very key important audience. And I was thinking that that's kind of also what you were guys doing with your workshop. And also in a way, like your installation also does, you know, like breaking down the kind of propaganda narratives. But yeah, I find there's like a certain, like several layers that you can have with your work, especially like all of us make projects that are quite like, I don't know, research based, you know, like we have like a certain like background check and all of that kind of materials that don't make it to the final like installation, at least like in a very obvious way. So I feel always like kind of like tend to circulate our work then in like articles or like workshops or manuals or other forms that are like broaden the audience quite a bit. But yeah, and I think in general, like I feel probably everyone maybe can relate, but like it's very useful also to ask yourself a question about like how would my parents like respond to that, like would my mom actually understand what I'm talking about. So I always like tend to ask myself a question. I mean, it's not the final definitive kind of quality standard for myself. But yeah, I think that's a very important grounding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we roll it up?
If someone else would like to ask questions? Comments? Okay. So you can, if you want, you can just make some comments.
I want, but I can't. I think my English is not ready for that. But I just want to wish you to critically program infrastructure where it will be warm for you in Vilnius. Yeah, thank you for the discussion.